month. Only at your local Northwest Ford dealer.
You're watching KATM Spirit 2.
I thought we weren't on tonight.
That's right. The baseball playoffs.
Well, so Funniest Videos and Lois and Clark and the Sunday Night Movie are all going to be on next week in their regular time?
That's right. Right now, time to play ball.
Seattle Mariners. Griffey. Johnson. Buhner. Charles. New York Yankees. Mattingly. Williams. Boggs. O'Neill. They're all here tonight because of two men. Edgar Martinez yesterday put on one of the greatest hitting displays in the history of the game. He evened the score for what Jim Leyritz accomplished in the early morning rain Thursday in the Bronx. Ken Griffey Jr. is fulfilling his destiny. He was born and raised to take center stage. Yesterday, Paul O'Neill boosted the Yankees to a seemingly insurmountable 5-0 lead. They were halfway to Cleveland. But Edgar Martinez refused to lose. And now it's high noon for the Yankees' hired gun. Decision time in the Great Northwest. ABC Sports welcomes you to Game 5 of the Division Series between the Western Division champion, Seattle Mariners, and the American League wild card, the New York Yankees. Well, good evening and welcome, everybody. With Jim Cott, I'm Brett Musburger. Nice to have you along with us. Jimmy, the mood between these two teams is really stark here today, but I guess the stakes are different. Let's start with the Seattle Mariners.
Oh, what a contrast. I think I was more nervous around the batting cage than Lou Piniella. Lou Piniella is loose. His team is loose. What does it mean to the Mariners if they win? Obviously, they play the Cleveland Indians. But if they lose, I think they still win. This has been a great year up here. Record attendance. The club has had the best year in franchise history. The only player that might feel a little pressure tonight would be their starting pitcher, Andy Bennis. He's never been in a championship game before. He's a free agent at the end of this year. If he could come up with a super effort in Game 5, it could be worth several $1 million to that young right-hander.
A little bit different with the New York Yankees. I think it's safe to assume that they were more apt to be sleepless in Seattle last night. The stakes a little bit different for this organization.
Very, very quiet around the batting cage in the Yankee camp. And what would it mean to them if they won? I think it would be a relief to the Yankees. They had a great September to get into the playoffs. They took a 2-game lead in New York. They have a 5-0 lead in Game 4. Can't hold on to it. So if they would win, I think they'd say, we can go to Cleveland. If they lose, could be devastating. Buck Showalter doesn't have a contract. Don Mattingly doesn't have a contract. There could be a lot of changes on that ball club.
We have had some magnificent hitting in this series so far. 19 home runs. That's a high for any postseason series.
You talk about a Seattle heart attack. Just look at the middle, the heart of the Seattle lineup. Ken Griffey Jr. with a home run to put him ahead last night. The dramatic grand slammer by Edgar Martinez. Tino Martinez hitting right behind him. Often goes unnoticed. Add all those numbers up, hitting almost 450. 7 home runs, 19 RBIs. Now the Yankees have a trio equally as potent. It starts with Bernie Williams, who has 9 hits. That's tied for the series lead. Don Mattingly had 4 hits in last night's game. And of course, Paul O'Neill had that 2-run homer to give them the 5-0 lead. They're hitting over 450. They have 5 home runs, and they've knocked in 13.
And Jim, if you want a pitcher for Game 5 at a divisional series, well, it's simply dial a pitcher.
David Cohn, 7 postseason starts. This is the first time that 2 pitchers acquired during the year have ever hooked up in postseason play. Andy Bennis, of course, is a fastball pitcher. He has to get his breaking ball and changeup over if he's going to hold down this Yankee fastball hitting lineup.
So one more time in this great series, the Kingdom is ready to rock. We pause for these messages from our ABC station.
Monday on the Marshall. A fishing trip winds up in militia country.
Looks like we got a toy soldier on our hands.
And it turns deadly. McBride's at the mercy of the militia. Now there's only one way out. Jeff Fahey is the Marshal, Monday on ABC.
So we had this idea. Why not open a place where people could walk in and get an honest-to-goodness hot meal? It's a place called Boston Market. It's a simple idea, but that's the point. To build the kitchen around ovens instead of microwaves and fryers, where the chicken and turkey are slow roasted so they're juicy and delicious. The ham is double glazed and always tender. Even the meatloaf is double sauced. And the side dishes are freshly prepared and the mashed potatoes are made from scratch. Introducing the new Boston Market.
I think Pedigree new mealtime with lamb and rice is just about as perfect a diet as we've ever used.
Dr. William Truesdale, veterinarian and top breeder of champion boxers.
It's made with real lamb meat and real rice. We like it because of what it does for the dogs. We like to see strong muscles. I think we have a good example right here. I'd have to give Pedigree mealtime with lamb and rice an A+, from a breeder's point of view and as a veterinarian.
Pedigree, developed with vets, recommended by top breeders.
What makes Kaiser Permanente so different? We're here in pediatrics. We have a great immunization program.
Over 90% of all the kids here have had their mumps, measles, and rubella vaccines.
By the time they're 2.
Way above the national average.
Same for diphtheria and tetanus.
We keep track of these kids.
They can't escape, no matter how bad they want to. Kaiser Permanente, different from the ground up.
Double whammy coupons mean big savings this week at Safeway. Here's how double coupons save you money each week. First, clip the $1 off manufacturer's coupon for 32-ounce Nally mayonnaise. Then clip Safeway's double coupon. Your final cost is just 19 cents. And the big 26-ounce Stag chili. Clip the manufacturer's coupon and your Safeway double coupon, and 2 cans are just 80 cents. That's only 40 cents a can. So get saving with double coupons each week at Safeway.
You're watching KATU Spirit 2.
Cleveland Indians, and congratulations to that organization and their fine fans. Joining us here today, Jack Arute. And Jack, what about Luis Sojo taking the field here for the Mariners?
Well, Brent, it was a scary moment back in the 8th inning last night during a Yankee double play when Mariners shortstop Luis Sojo slid into second base and took a spike on the inside of his wrist. Now, it broke the skin, and I spoke to Luis during batting practice, and he said, immediately I had no feeling. I felt in my hand as if maybe I had severed a tendon. He thought maybe he wouldn't even be playing in Game 5. When the swelling subsided, they examined it closely, and they didn't even need any stitches. He said, it's stiff, but there is no problem tonight because normally I would have taken the day off, but not in this case.
All right, Jack, thank you. And here's tonight's Budweiser starting lineup for the New York Yankees. The same as yesterday. Wade Boggs, Bernie Williams, Paul O'Neill, Ruben Sierra, Don Mattingly, Deion James, Mike Stanley, Tony Fernandez, and Randy Velarde set to tee off against Andy Bennis. And Jim Cott, you've been there so many times in the past. Big game. He doesn't have big game experience, as you pointed out. How do you settle down? How does he get a hold of his nerves?
I would say, Brent, that the one thing Andy Bennis has going for him, actually he has a couple of things, an outstanding fastball, a good changeup, and a slider, but it pays to be a power pitcher if it's the first time in these situations because the adrenaline, the noise of the crowd is going to pump him up. That'll only help that fastball.
The man behind the plate who will be calling the balls and strikes, and he's one of the better umpires in the American League. It's Jim Evans. Danny Morrison down at first. Tim Welke moves to second. John Hertzbeck to third. Down the line, Joe Brinkman and Rocky Rowe. The umpires have been very much a part of this series, and a couple of stories left over from yesterday's game. We will get to it. We had a brushback war that was intercepted by Brinkman as we take a look at the lineup behind Bennis.
That's the same alignment that Lou Piniella has had in the first 4 games. Vince Coleman in left, Ken Griffey Jr. in center, Jay Buhner in right. Around the infield, Mike Flowers, Luis Sojo, who Jack talked about, Joey Torres made more errors than any second baseman in the American League. Tino Martinez at first, Dan Wilson, an outstanding catcher.
Wade Boggs steps in to lead it off. And again, if the Yankees win, because they are the wild card, they cannot have the home field advantage in the league's championship series, so they will go to Cleveland to open up on Tuesday night. But if the Mariners win, then the Indians will jet to the Northwest. Missing the corner on the outside. Pitcher Danny Wilson was very active yesterday, unable to stop just one bad pitch thrown by Norm Charlton. He's a one-time high school goaltender, very active behind the plate.
Go again, those Seattle fans with 2 strikes. They did it for 9 innings yesterday.
That is a live fastball that Dennis has brought to Game 5.
And not very often do you throw a fastball by Wade Boggs and he swings and misses.
Now let's see what the hottest Yankee in terms of number of hits has to offer as you watch this strike again.
Swung right through it, something Boggs does not do often.
Bernie Williams became the first player in postseason history to hit a home run batting left-handed and right-handed in one postseason game. And Dennis is firing bullets right now. This is the kind of start that can calm down a young pitcher. Menacing look, isn't it? And he is just missing on that outside corner.
That's going to be his key, as it is most of the time for pitchers, even if you throw hard. He has to get the changeup over and the slider, because eventually these Yankees will catch up with the fastball.
Out of play.
With the fastball, and that one with the hard slider.
Paul O'Neill and Bennis looks very eager to go to work. Good pitchers are always ready to fire. They can't wait. That one did not miss by much. Everson might have looked down at that ball.
Kind of game you won't see Andy Bennett stand still very often. He's in constant motion. We saw in yesterday's game from the mounds, pitchers were trying to spit and they couldn't do it. That's how tight things were.
It'll get tighter. Oh, look for the appeal. Nothing doing, says third base umpire John Hirschbeck.
He will be a key man, Brent, John Hirschbeck. The Yankees have 7 left-hand hitters, and Bennis is going to try to go down and away with the changeup and breaking ball. And you'll see a lot of those almost swings. O'Neill.
Forget the almost swing. I thought the pitch was higher. 3 balls and 1 strike. Hit high in the air. And playable in the outfield. It's Coleman. And the Yankees are gone in order here at the top of the first.
If you buy a Cavalier today, we wouldn't be surprised if by the time it's scheduled for a tune-up, you've already got it paid off. If by the time it needs new rear shocks, you have your master's degree. If by the time it needs a transmission fluid change, your baby is in first grade. Or if by the time it needs a new muffler, we've elected 2 presidents. Any car can be easy to buy. Cavalier is easy to own. That's what makes it a genuine Chevrolet.
In conclusion, our balance sheet has never been...
If we miss our plane, we've got problems.
One more thought. We must continue...
We've got problems. We missed our plane.
I can pay you when the next one leaves.
Introducing Avis Flight Check, our exclusive up-to-the-minute flight information at car return. Another first from the employee owners of Avis.
Terminal B, Gate 2. You can just make it.
And I thought we had problems.
No, we have Avis.
When Dave Thomas created Wendy's spicy chicken filet sandwich, he said, if we're going to make it spicy,
well, it's a start.
let's really make it spicy.
Now we're getting closer.
So he seasoned a whole chicken breast filet by adding his own special blend of pepper and spices. And he kept on seasoning until it was perfect.
Bingo.
Come and try Wendy's spicy chicken filet sandwich, because
when you're hot, you're hot.
Thursday, Charlie Grace learns firsthand the fashion world can be murder.
I'm paying you to prove my innocence.
But who's dressed to kill?
Drop it.
An all-new Charlie Grace.
Thursday. 95 Division Series game brought to you by the Cars and Trucks 36 million people depend on every day. Genuine Chevrolet. The makers of Advil. And Texaco Havoline Formula 3 motor oil. Now here's tonight's Budweiser starting lineup for the Seattle Mariners. One change for Lou Piniella. He has dropped third baseman Mike Flowers to that 9th spot. Dan Wilson jumps ahead of him, but folks, the top part. Vince Coleman, Joey Cora must keep them off because the next hitters have wreaked havoc. Ken Griffey, Edgar Martinez, Tino Martinez, and even the sixth-man Jay Buhner. And Luis Sojo has been a dangerous out for the Mariners.
When you talk to the Mariners hitters about David Cone, it's not very often you hear left-hand hitters say, this guy has got a nasty slider. Lefties like to hit the slider. Cone, and that's what he did in Game 1, has a good slider, good fork ball. The blister on the middle finger is healed. He has no problems, and he has his full 4 days rest.
Jimmy, which finger did you say that blister's on?
On the middle finger, and he thought it was from throwing the fork ball. It bothered him for a couple of starts, but it's all right now. Yankees in the field have Deion James in left, Bernie Williams in center, Paul O'Neill in right. Gold glovers in the infield, Boggs, Fernandez, and Mattingly. Randy Velarde at second. Mike Stanley outstanding behind the plate.
Mattingly had difficulty yesterday defensively, and it was unusual for Showalter, so well known, to see Don a little bit shaky, not only physically, but mentally at one time. We'll have a chance to review that play for you. Now, here is Vince Coleman, and when he gets on base, especially on artificial turf, things start to happen. Mike Stanley flashes the sign out to Cone. With Evans as the plate umpire, bottom of the first. This will be out of play. Some of the largest crowds in the history of this franchise. Seattle waiting 19 years to reach postseason competition, and they're hoping to make the most of it. Usually when you come up to the Northwest, you find all kinds of football fans, basketball fans. Nice to see the area turning its attention to baseball. Now Cone.
Two biggest acquisitions for the Mariners. Middle of August, they got Vince Coleman. Middle of July, Norm Charlton. That's what's really helped turn this team's fortunes around. Charlton out of the bullpen, of course.
1-1. In the air to center field, and Bernie Williams comes in along with James from left, and James will call for it.
That's the thing about David Cone. He is a fly ball pitcher, and Coleman and Cora do their damage when they can slap it off the turf.
Well, like Coleman, Cora is a switch hitter, and he'll be batting left-handed. And after Coleman coaxed a walk in that fateful 8th inning yesterday, it was Cora's drag bunt which really ignited the rally and helped set the table for Edgar Martinez's grand slam home run. High in the air, shallow center, and this time Bernie Williams will take it. So quickly, 2 fly outs here at the bottom of the first inning.
Batting third, center fielder
fielder, number 24, Ken Griffey.
He's enjoying a monster. 4 home runs, but the Yankees get a little bit of an edge. Anytime you can get Griffey up without anybody on base, it's an advantage.
Out most of the season, or half of the season, with that wrist injury, and his timing has come back at a perfect time. In September, he was still a little sluggish with the bat, but here in postseason play, like a lot of stars, they elevate their game. Griffey certainly has.
Close to that inside corner.
And that's what pitchers do in games like this. You feel out the home plate umpire and find out what that zone is going to be, how liberal, how tight.
That's 2 balls and 1 strike. Hit high and playable in the infield. Waits for it. And now the Mariners are out in order here. We are through 1. It's scoreless in Seattle.
Like all Americans, I like big things. Big prairies. Big forests and mountains. Big wheat fields. And everything else.
How you go to sleep one day, running your business the same way you always have, and wake up the next morning with things like email, voicemail, PCs, pagers, a new communications network for free. It's not a fairy tale, a myth, or a parable. This is about how things can really happen. This is about opening your eyes instead of closing them, and making a call instead of a wish. Network MCI, that's how.
Most Fridays, the people of West Chicago like to go out on the town. But on this particular Friday, John Howard got USSB on his new 18-inch digital satellite system. USSB is a new entertainment experience with his favorite channels in digital sound and picture. So while it may be business as usual across most of West Chicago, at John Howard's house, it's anything but.
You ever hear anyone talk about life like you gotta chew it up and spit it out? You gotta want it so bad you can taste it. You gotta be hungry. If so, Gatorade has one question for you. You want something to drink with that? Because you're gonna be thirsty. Life is a sport. Drink it up.
Now there's a lot more to watch on Thursday night. So tape ER and tune into what TV Guide calls the best new show of the year, Murder 1, Thursday at 10/9 Central on ABC.
Jim, let's take everybody back yesterday. We had a brushback incident. Might have been ignited, but for some quick work by the umpire. Chris Fazio and umpire Joe Brinkman had a session to settle it out on the mound.
Actually, it was good gamesmanship by Lou Piniella. Scott Kamenicki, who Piniella says consistently throws up and in, knocked down Joey Cora. And he'd even talked about it with his bench coach before the game, Lee Elia. He said, if they do that, I'm going to instruct my pitcher to knock one of the Yankees down. Joe Brinkman intercepted it, and what Lou said, it took all the inside pitches away for the rest of the game, and his hitters could dig in, and they did.
Now Ruben Sierra steps in. Andy Venice, and there's one that is high, and Sierra just moving around a little bit in the batter's box. He has been quiet as the designated hitter since the series has shifted here to the Kingdome. And it's 2 balls. Hit deep. Coming over, though, is Coleman, and Griffey runs in front of him and makes the put out.
First baseman, number 22, Don Mattingly.
What was interesting about the scene on the mound yesterday, and those of you who were watching along with us, remember that Brinkman and Rocky Rose spent a long time out there on the mound. The fact is that Fazio did not believe the messengers. When they said it's off, we're not throwing at anybody, Lou Piniella had to come off the bench to tell Fazio, look, that's right, we're not going to engage in any warfare, and the game continued.
Yeah, what got lost in that wild game yesterday and the gamesmanship we talked about is this guy, Mattingly. Tough day in the field, but he had 4 hits.
So far, it has been a small strike zone in this game. Evans pumps the right hand that time. A ball and a strike.
Those that have not seen a lot of Mattingly, one thing he's added in the last month is a leg kick like so many big league hitters do. Instead of the level stride, he'll pick that front leg up.
Pitcher can bring a breaking ball that breaks that sharply into a game that quickly. He is a dangerous pitcher right now, folks.
A couple pitches like that, and we'll see Buck Showalter try to do the same thing Piniella did. Venice will try to push lefties off the plate and get them out, down, and away.
Yeah, Venice is demanding the inside part of the plate. No question about it. 2-2. So the Evansville connection. Andy Venice looking in at the player he grew up admiring, Don Mattingly, with that leg kick of his and staying alive. Evansville, Indiana. 2-2.
In fact, Andy Venice might be a little in awe right now, growing up and going to the University of Evansville. Mattingly was his hero. When he signed his contract, he celebrated in Mattingly's restaurant.
High, lazy fly ball.
You almost get the feeling after that wild one yesterday that everybody is swinging. The hitters are kind of feeling their way through the first couple of innings here. Yesterday, everybody was digging in from the heels, cut and slash from the first pitch.
We did not have any inning in which either the Yankees or the Mariners were retired in order yesterday. And so far here today, we haven't had a single baseman. Fortunes ebb and flow in this grand game. Flash foul and out of play.
Of course, that's what tells you what is different about the game of baseball every day are the starting pitchers. And it's going to be a little tougher to score runs against these two guys.
He's had a notion. Credit him with good thinking. Last year, strike didn't bother him a bit. He was playing baseball in Japan. Ball on a strike now. 2 outs on Deion James.
Is probably watching this game. He's a member of the Atlanta Braves. Was the Yankees starting left fielder. James is really a better pinch hitter. But since Polonia was designated, he's become the everyday left fielder and not as effective.
Slow bounder. Tino Martinez will make the play at first base. And the Yankees again are out in order.
Oh, you didn't get tomatoes?
Nah, I've been kind of on a rut lately, you know. I thought I'd mix it up a little bit. Whopper, no tomatoes.
Change of pace.
Exactly.
Expecting a weave and you bob.
Mm-hmm.
They're thinking zig, you zag.
Yeah.
You're a bold man.
The Whopper. It always tastes great because it's always fixed your way, with fries and a drink for just $2.99 every day at Burger King.
So, you out of your rut?
Believe I am.
You're rutless.
Enough with the rut.
You've been ejected from the Rutmobile. No ruts, no glory.
There are more than 77 million parents in America today. 77 million moms and dads, all doing the same thing, worrying about their kids. That's why you need Chevy Lumina, a car you can trust. Lumina offers an integrated child safety package. Few cars can offer your kids this protection, and no car in its class can offer it for the price of a Lumina. For 77 million of you, that's one less thing to worry about. That's genuine Chevrolet.
From Gillette comes a uniquely different form of protection for men. Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant. Unlike a stick that can stay in your underarm hair, this is a soft gel. It goes cleanly through the hair right down to the skin surface to fight odor and wetness where it begins. And that means powerful all-day protection. The revolutionary Gillette Clear Gel Antiperspirant.
Florida takes on Auburn. Notre Dame battles Army. Or out west, Arizona meets UCLA. Part of an ABC college football doubleheader Saturday.
He was born in New York and raised in Puerto Rico. And now he has come to Seattle to haunt the New York Yankees.
Against John Wetland, bases loaded. Very unnoticed, Brent, out here. Not in Seattle, but in the baseball world. Mo Vaughn, Elmer Bell get more support, but they'd like Edgar for president here. He is a legitimate MVP candidate.
For many of you, I know the Seattle Mariners exist only in box scores. But you are looking at someone who is one of the great players today, and we do not use that loosely. Yes, that's what he's hitting in this championship series. 600. This is the purest of the pure hitters right here. One of the few times that we have seen a wild swing against that fighting breaking ball offered up by Cone.
The bite on that slider, and that's the key to David Cohn's game.
I promised Jimmy, my National League friends, that I wouldn't bring it up, but here it is. When we look at Edgar Martinez, we've got to say that without the designated hitter rule, we would not have an Edgar Martinez. He would not exist in baseball today.
He was a third baseman, hurt his knee, can't play in the field, but he can hit.
1-1. And low. So Evans is going to make sure that that pitch is up above the knees. At least that's what he's indicating to both sides so far.
Not many right-handers can boast that number against David Cohn.
2-1. They got him to bite on that first pitch, but not that one. And the count now is in favor of Edgar. Here's the hitter's count. 3-1. Good-looking pitch. Down low, high chopper. Makes it center field. Martinez, the first base runner in this game. He continues to wear out the Yankee pitchers.
Yankees have to feel good about this. They kept it in the ballpark. Actually, it was a good pitch by David Cohn, but the turf here in Seattle is very lively. And Edgar takes the low pitch off the turf for a bouncing single.
Tino Martinez, non-brothers. This the first baseman. One time.
first-round draft choice. There's one birthday today that we will not be celebrating. 39 years ago, Don Larson pitched that perfect game classic over the Brooklyn Dodgers. Final there was 2-0, and Edgar Martinez has taken care of that in a hurry.
Again, if you have not followed the Yankees, Buck Showalter, more than any manager I've been around the big leagues in 36 years, will pay close attention to base runners. Edgar Martinez is not a threat to steal, but Buck still likes to get their attention over there. That'll go into Mike Stanley. Actually, some pitchers resent this a little. It takes them out of their rhythm, paying too much attention to guys who are not threats to steal.
There goes Martinez on the hit and run, and it is fouled away.
And you'll probably see a bit of that. That was not a steal, but a hit and run. Edgar looking back at Sam Perlaza to see if it's on again. Both of these managers will try to get an early run.
The Riverboat Gambler. He'll take a chance. He used 6 of his 9 pitchers to stay alive yesterday. And today, his ace, Randy Johnson, available if he needs him for an inning. And wouldn't the Cleveland Indians love to see him out there for at least an inning? 1-1. High and out of play.
Now, they've changed their allegiance today, I think, Brett, the Cleveland Indians. They like to see the Seattle win and all those pitchers forced to Game 5 for David Cone, but now I think they would prefer to see the Yankees. The Yankees would go to Cleveland.
Mike Stanley is looking up at a bar that runs across directly behind home plate. And a ball that is hit foul right behind home, which strikes it, is out of play. But it is possible, and I have seen several here in the past in the Kingdome come back down. They're caught by a catcher, but that is out of play. Now, Tino Martinez, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Not going this time.
There's a few of those things can happen in the Kingdome. They have some speakers that could come into play also. And those of you who have seen games in the Astrodome and the Metrodome are aware of that.
Stanley sets up on the outside corner. Down low, nice pickup by Mike Stanley, who also did a good job behind the plate yesterday. There is the speaker that Jim Cott referred to, and Jimmy, let's talk about that rule.
Well, most of them are in foul territory, and if it hits the speaker, of course, the ball's in play. You can catch it, and it's an out.
Nobody out. No score. We're in the bottom of the second. Tino Martinez. Counts full. Edgar Martinez away from first. He's going. Base hit to left field, but Edgar will hold at second.
That's what's been impressive about this Mariner lineup. Tino Martinez getting better every day, uses the whole field. The other night they had the bases loaded and 3 straight hitters took the ball the opposite way, as Martinez does there.
So now Lou Piniella has a choice. He has a power hitter, Jay Buhner, batting number 6. He hasn't had a whole lot of RBI production from his bottom third, but the way Andy Bennett is throwing right now, does Piniella want to play this and move the runners along? Let's find out.
He is shocked if Buhner tried to bunt.
And certainly not there, taking the strike right at the knees.
In fact, the most dramatic game these two teams had, August 24th, David Cone started. Buhner hit a first-inning grand slam. That was the one Ken Griffey Jr. ended with a home run.
cannot move up. Another good job by Stanley behind the plate.
Now, those little plays could be big in a game like this. Norm Charlton threw a few of those 56-foot fork balls yesterday that Dan Wilson had to block. And here Mike Stanley, you won't see it in the box score, but that keeps the runners from advancing. Would have been as good as a sacrifice.
It's a ball on a strike for Buhner. Cone is ready. Great breaking ball.
If you ever watch any bowling on television, you know how that ball just bites and bites and then digs into the pocket the last few feet. That's what David Cone's slider does. He gets right up to the hitter and then bites hard, and that's why it's equally effective against lefties and righties.
His first strikeout victim. Well, here comes one of those handy fellas to have around. Luis Sojo got the big hit with the bases loaded against the California Angels in that one-game playoff, which won the West for the Mariners. He'll give up the shortstop job next year to their wonderkin, Alex Rodriguez, but who knows who will finish at that position. It's a long way to September and October in the baseball season, and Sojo is really a good man to have around. There's the youngster. He is active.
Sitting next to the veteran, Ken Griffey Jr., all of 25. The man Lou Piniella would have liked to have had at the plate with nobody out. Sojo with good ability to hit the ball the other way. If you look at him facially, remember the big red machine, he looks a lot like Davey Concepcion. Concepcion was his idol. Luis is from Venezuela, like Davey was. Same action.
Here he goes. Got away from Stanley, and this time the runners will move up. 2 balls, no strikes, the count. And now Edgar Martinez could score if one gets away and goes back toward the backstop, and Fernandez will brought in for a word will come.
That somewhat nullifies the strikeout by Buhner. There's the spin on that breaking ball that Mike Stanley has to contend with. Fernandez checking with Stanley. They want to know what sign. Anytime you get a man on second, the sign sequence from the catcher will change. Tony wants to make sure he's got the right one. Cheetah step on the breaking ball.
The Yankee infield with one out likes to play back here on the carpet. Boggs almost even with the bag. Mattingly is off of it against Soho, and the infielders are back. Of course, Edgar Martinez is not the swiftest of runners, and Soho hits one out of the air, which seems foul toward the Yankee dugout.
That's a good situation for Buck Showalter when you talk about the infield. First of all, Cone is a fly ball pitcher, but if he were to hit a ground ball, it's lively turf that gets to the infielders in a hurry, and Edgar Martinez does not have good speed. He's quieted this crowd down a little today, something no other Yankee pitcher was able to do yesterday.
Emotionally drained after yesterday. But they'll be back. 2-2 and 1 out. Oh, swung on a bad one. Helped Cone out, his second strikeout here in a row. Buhner and Soho down, and up comes the number 8 hitter, Danny Wilson.
And a big strikeout. That's something David Cone has been able to do in postseason play. Make good pitches with men in scoring position. He did not do that as well during the regular season. That's perfect spot. Up and in. No way Soho could get the barrel to it.
Well, let's see if Piniella's lone lineup move pays off here. He jumped Wilson ahead of Flowers to bat 8. And wouldn't you know it, at the bottom of the second, Wilson comes up with runners on at second and third.
Now that lineup change will get Wilson more fastballs to hit as he did there, but also I think Lou's thinking with Flowers hitting ninth, you would not want to walk him with Coleman coming up next. And he's apt to get more fastballs down in the lineup.
So it's 0-2.
In fact, that might be the switch more than even for Flowers when you see Wilson get those two fastballs, just to give him the benefit of it.
Off to a strong start. It's a wonderful game, isn't it? One day it belongs to the hitters, and the next day it belongs to the pitchers.
My hands would followed him from the first day he signed with the team. You know he's not perfect, but on certain days in his life.
No one, but no one, wants to go to Cleveland any more than George Steinbrenner, as you see behind Reggie Jackson there in the second row. Remember, that's where Steinbrenner is from. How great would it be for him to take this Yankee team in? Well, will they make it? Anyway, the first game, regardless of whether it's the Yankees or the Mariners, Tuesday, 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific time. We'll have regional coverage of both the American League Championship Series and the National League. And congratulations go out, certainly, to the Atlanta Braves and the Cincinnati Reds. The National League Series figures to be a great one. The Reds may be better than some of you think they are. Those of you who haven't had an opportunity to watch them recently. That is a loaded baseball team. Mike Stanley now steps in here in the bottom of the third. Yankees looking for a base runner. Just any indication that they can jump on Venice and put something together. I absolutely think that this crowd is emotionally drained. They are now in the third inning, one of the largest crowds in the history of the franchise, and you can actually hear somebody speak here for the first time in about 3 days. Sharp ground ball, base hit left field. The Yankees with their first base runner.
Yeah, they'll need some of those double lattes they serve up here in Seattle today. There's no way a crowd could get up and down for 4 hours like they did yesterday.
You see?
Yeah, they're waiting. Mike Stanley, good low ball hitter, takes advantage of the turf. They didn't get through that infield in a hurry here in the Kingdom.
And now it's Tony Fernandez. A lot of big game experience. With the Blue Jays, batting left-handed. Stanley away from first base.
Might see a bunt here.
Not indicating bunt that time, but he took a pitch for a strike.
Buck Showalter uses the sacrifice bunt less than any manager in the American League, but this is a different game. Get David Cone a run, things could be different.
Flowers is in and on the line. Third base, you can see him just in case. Just a bit high, and Jim Evans has been consistent up in there. He has not called that pitch a strike here yet. 1 ball and 1 strike now. We're in the top of the third inning. This is the Yankees and the Mariners with Jim Evans behind the plate. Andy Venice on the mound. Andy Wilson's the catcher. This is game 5. Slaps a ground ball to short. Soho will take it himself. The fire on. Got it.
Wilson sets up outside, and it looked like Fernandez was trying to slap it to the left side and advance the runner. Soho comes in and can make that play by himself. The Mariner infield Not one of the best in the field in the American League during the year, but they've only made two errors here in the division series.
That's amazing. That is the first ground ball double play that Venice has recorded since he came from San Diego to Seattle.
Is that an omen? Like Cone, he's a fly ball pitcher and a strikeout pitcher.
So Handy Randy Velarde. Wilson backing away, backhanded. Picking up a slap shot, reaching over there with a big hockey glove. Ball on the strike now with 2 out here at the top of the third. Sort of building slow here today, isn't it, folks?
Oh, yeah. Get picked up in a hurry, though.
It's their count. Anytime it reaches 2 strikes, they're ready. High and out of play.
You mentioned Randy Velarde, the all-purpose player. He plays left, third, short, second, and he and Don Mattingly are the only 2 Yankees left over from when Lou Piniella managed the Yankees back in the 80s.
The captain, his first postseason competition. Velarde ready now. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and 2 out. Check swing, foul ball. This is an interesting umpiring crew. Jim Evans, like Joe Brinkman, down the left field line. Both crew chiefs. And they were all relaxed down the lot watching NFL football. They're great sports fans, except for Evans. He was all alone with his thoughts.
Well, they prepare, probably feel tension like the players do in big games like this.
This is where you earn your salary if you're a major league umpire, right there behind the plate. I said to Rocky, Rocky, Jim and I only had to really second guess you on 1 pitch yesterday. He looked up and said, well, my wife had me on 4.
He had a good day.
Yes, he did. 2-2 and 2 out now. Yes, he's back. Still scoreless in Seattle. Well, a very unusual play featuring Don Mattingly yesterday because he made a little bit of a mental blunder. Ordinarily, he's one of the finest first basemen around. We're going to take you back to game 4.
Randy Velarde, first of all, the second baseman, made the first mistake, not flipping to Fernandez, but then Mattingly said, I never should have thrown that ball. Went into center field. That allowed the Mariners to score the tying run.
Number 9 hitter, Mike Flowers. Stepping in for the Mariners like Jay Buhner. Spent some time with the New York Yankees. Has not been making enough contact to satisfy Piniella so far in this playoff series. Top of the order is next.
Make contact. He's one of those guys that gets almost an RBI for every hit. He had 113 hits during the year, 96 RBIs. That's a pretty good ratio.
Jimmy, so far Cone is doing an excellent job of painting that outside corner.
Like that. David Cone is a stuff pitcher, but then when he has the pinpoint control to go with the stuff, that's why the Yankees got him for games like this.
Last 0-2, he wasted them. Look out, breaking ball, wouldn't you think?
You wonder on David Cone, he doesn't look like a large physical specimen, but he gets a lot of leverage from those legs. He'll almost rise up when he makes that turn. Gets a little locked into that motion. Now, there is the difference right there in the game today and the game of about 15 to 20 years ago. That pitch, there's the rock See, the head will actually go up and then down toward the hitter. But that was a hanging breaking ball that Blowers took. A very hittable pitch, but hitters today like the ball down in the zone.
2-2 from Cone. Close it down. Jimmy, you would think that hitters, and we see so many of them with that open stance like Flowers, when they shut it down, you'd want to saw them off inside, that they couldn't handle that good pitch on the inside corner.
But it's not where they start, it's where they finish. And like Buhner, from the open stance, he will stride into the ball and get in a closed position.
Hit high and playable. Paul O'Neill. O'Neill coming off a big moment yesterday when he watched his Buckeyes come from behind and beat Penn State. Grew up in Columbus, Ohio, huge Ohio State fan.
That ball looked like it was close to one of those outfield speakers. We talked about that. All right, play. In fact, Ken Griffey Jr. hit one early in the year off the speaker into the third deck for a home run. There they are, suspended up there.
It's fair if it lands fair. If it hits a speaker in fair territory, but if it lands foul after striking one fair, then it's a foul ball, and it can be caught for a put-out, as Jim told you. Vince Coleman now, the leadoff hitter. A couple of times in this series, big things have developed for the Mariners when Coleman was able to coax a walk out of the pitcher and start to set the table. Now he has Cone quickly down a ball.
Contrast in the top of these batting are Wade Boggs and Bernie Williams, 300 hitters that don't use their speed. They do some damage. Coleman and Cora at the top of the Mariner lineup slap the ball, steal bases, hit and run.
And a couple of steps.
Good eye, man.
See Wade, third base, directly in front of that white line. It's interesting. You certainly can remember decisive games at the Metrodome in Minneapolis where it was never quiet. Here, subdued, sort of on their hands, waiting for something to happen. 3-1 and 1 out. The kind of sound the Yankees hope continues. This one playable again. Bernie Williams. Shallow center field, and that's the second out.
A lot of anticipation in the crowd, waiting for something to happen.
So the Giants pull one out in OT. The Woeful Jets lose again. Seattle's football team struggling while the baseball team's fortunes soar. Tampa Bay by a field goal. And how about the job that Tom Coughlin is doing with the Jaguars in Jacksonville? Troy Aikman comes back early. And in overtime, big win for the Eagles. This is Joey Cora, and he is up there with 2 outs. Now, what's important about this out right now, you see the Bears score and another overtime game in the NFL. What's important is Cone gets him, and this one's deep to right field. O'Neill goes back, and deep, and Joey Cora hits a home run. The Mariners lead it.
Joey Cora, who only had 3 home runs during the year, gets a high fastball. David Cone gave up 24. That's his career high. It's been a problem for him.
And here is Ken Griffey, and time is called by the plate umpire. Now Seattle. Bottom of the third inning on the inside corner. I was all set. Let me complete the sentence. What was so important about that out is, hey, you can get Griffey up with nobody on. Right? Guess what, folks? He's up with nobody on.
But you're down one.
Mariners are up by one. Bad pitch. Griffey helped him out that time, and he's down. No balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs.
There's another free agent signing that Woody Woodward, the general manager, signed that has strengthened this ball club. Joey Cora, playoff experience with the White Sox 2 years ago.
Oh, get down there, Mejias.
Nobody's safe when the heart of this order comes up. Sam Mejias, the first base coach. Lou Piniella brought him over from Cincinnati.
More like that, he'll be scratching gray hair up there. 0-2-2 now to the kid. Foul. Well, you can see down in that bullpen area, and the California Angels are going to be interested in what I'm about to tell them, because they had that ball by Soho go in underneath that bench down there, and Soho came all the way around the bases. Anything going down there in this series, stopping underneath, is going to be an automatic ground rule double. Missing inside against Griffey. That ground rule was altered prior to the start of this series by this umpiring crew in agreement with the 2 managers. 1 ball and 2 strikes. No. What a past and what a future. Baseball is to regain its fans, its players, like Ken Griffey Jr. will bring them back. 2-2. Hit in the air to right field, but this one is playable. And with all these great players, it's Joey Cora who hits the first home run. Back with more after this from our ABC station. Division Series game is brought to you by Network NCI. How to get modern communications technology working for your business. Buick and your local dealers. Remember Buick, the new symbol for quality in America. Smooth Busch beer and easy drinking Busch Light. We start the 4th inning. The Mariners 1, the Yankees nothing. And the top of the Yankee lineup. Second time around for Wade Boggs. And what impresses you so far about Andy Bennis?
The fact that he's aggressive early in the count. Other times I've seen him, he's been a little tentative, falling behind. But this will be a key go-around for Bennis because Boggs is the hitter that the Yankee lineup looks at. He sees a pitcher once, they go up with a little different thought, he comes back to the bench, they work him into deeper counts.
Hit to left field. Vince Coleman drifting over, measures it.
So that, again, Brent, is what's impressive about Bennis. Boggs was not able to take him to a deep count. He's getting ahead and making the pitcher's pitches to put him away.
Jim, I know you spent some time with Lou Piniella, and what about Randy Johnson? Is he available at all today?
If the Mariners have a lead and Norm Charlton is out of the game or not pitching effectively, you will see him for maybe 1 inning at the most.
So here's Bernie Williams against Bennis. Yes, he did. Respect. Evans did not hesitate in asking him on that, too. Some umpires will take their time before they go down there, but Evans gets a quick call from the third base umpire.
There's that check swing on the down and away pitch that is going to be so important. We'll see John Hirschbeck involved in a lot of those.
This the decisive Game 5. Winner moves on. The American League Championship Series against the Cleveland Indians. Jim, let me go back on that point. Why do you think the Indians, other than the obvious, the home field, want to play the Yankees?
Well, they respect both ball clubs, but if they have to come in here with this hostile crowd, they'll look at Randy Johnson probably in Game 1. If they play the Yankees, David Cone will not start Game 1. Neither will Jack McDowell.
2-1 now to Bernie. Missing outside.
Dow will be available in the bullpen today, as will it'll be Johnny Holstaff if the starter can't hold him. He'd be available, and if the Yankees win it, probably Andy Pettit, their fine rookie left-hander, would start game one.
And Jack McDowell would be available for 2, but he also is available today if they need him in an emergency. And Bernie Williams has coached a walk-off Venice, and a reminder of what's coming up on out on ABC. Start off with the Marshall. Jeff Fahey in a brand new episode. Then NFL Monday Night Football. Al and Dan and Frank will take you along with Lynn Swan to the San Diego Chargers and the Kansas City Chiefs. 9 Eastern Time. Should be a good football game. Great setting down there in Kansas City for an NFL game. It's a little bit like a college setting, and wasn't yesterday. Something around the college arena. My, oh my. Now Paul O'Neill in for his second at bat. One out, and Bernie on at first base.
O'Neill saw a lot of Venice in the National League, and he hits them well. 350, almost a 350 career average.
Into the dirt.
Yankees don't steal off. Bernie Williams, a great center fielder, good all-around athlete, but he does not have good base-stealing instincts. That's why he's not been able to utilize that speed as well. The Yankees like to sacrifice bunt. They also steal less than any team in the American League.
O'Neill hoping to sting the Mariners again.
He does. Look out. O'Neill's got one out of here. Put it on the scoreboard, and the Yankees bounce ahead on O'Neill's home run.
There is a tradition that perhaps started at Wrigley Field. Certainly that was the first place where I was ever aware of it. Never keeps at the end of his home run souvenirs. Send it on back.
Been a tradition for the Yankees in this series. Paul O'Neill with 2-run homers. He hit the 2-run homer yesterday to give them a 5-0 lead, and now again he continues to hit Venice well like he did in the National League. Got on top of that high fastball.
And Ruben Sierra with 1-2. Griffey in center field. And Griffey makes the put out for the second out, swinging away quickly at that first pitch. Venice now hesitating before he brings it home. And now Don Mattingly will step up with the Yankees leading for the first time 2-1 here in the top of the 4th inning. In that classic back in the Bronx, Yankees came from behind 4 times. That's a postseason record. Here they have jumped from behind for the first time.
The Yankees jump ahead on Paul O'Neill's home run. Yesterday, the Mariners were back 5 when Edgar Martinez slammed his first home run, a 3-run shot. The regular season numbers, he deserves to be ranked with all the other MVP candidates.
First or second in those top 6. Look at the on-base percentage. Led the league in hitting and in walks. Of Mo Vaughn and Albert Bell, the other MVP candidate, Edgar's the only one that walks more than he strikes out. Consistent contact. He is the most valuable hitter, best hitter in the league.
Works with weights, bulked up. See the strength of his forearm. The hitting specialist has not missed a game this year. Played in more games than anybody in the major leagues. Remember, that playoff game against the Angels counts as a regular season game. Edgar Martinez in 145 games, and of course he has now appeared in all 5 of these divisional series games. High, did not get it, and Don Mattingly drifts into foul territory for the putout. And a sigh of relief from Yankee fans everywhere.
That's quite an accomplishment. And not many teams, no team, I don't think, in the major leagues can boast they have the best pitcher in the league, Randy Johnson, the best hitter in the league, Edgar Martinez, and when healthy, the best all-around player in the league, Ken Griffey Jr. They got all three right here in Seattle.
So it's Tino Martinez up for the second time, and the Mariners trailing the Yankees in Game 5 by 1. Call by Tino. One of the things about David Cone, Jim, you and I were talking, he is not predictable as a human being, which makes him a little tricky out there on the pitching rubber.
Well, David has really matured as a person as well as a player, but when you look in his eyes and talk to him, he has a little bit of that, they say left-handers are a little off now. There's a little uncertainty, and that's what makes him an outstanding pitcher.
He has made the most out of free agency and contracts expiring, and a hired gun and a good one at that. Toronto, Kansas City, Toronto, now Game 5 after, of course, being with the New York Mets on the carrying series, championship series against the Dodgers, lashed pow down that line.
Look out. Yeah, that shot of his eyes. I mean, he is the kind of guy, and he's so savvy with the media, very sharp, that he could walk up to you with that kind of a look and just say, I'm going to hit you right in the ribs. And you'd say, no. And then all of a sudden, I mean, he doesn't have that look, but he has that toughness.
Breaking ball fouled away.
It's exactly what Tino Martinez said. I said, what makes David Cone tough? He said, that slider. He'll break it in on my hands, and all I can do is pull it foul, and then he'll backdoor it. He'll throw it on the outside corner or throw the splitter out there.
3 strikeouts so far. Last toward the gap in left center field. It's got it. It's off the wall now. And Tino takes the turn, and he'll pull up with a double.
That is some kind of hitting in a two-strike situation. Really covers the plate, as so many of the Mariner hitters do. Pitch is in a good spot, and Martinez goes down and gets it and drives it with some authority.
I think Cone was shocked because it was such a good pitch. Now Jay Buhner struck him out. He has fanned 3 so far. 1 out with Tino away from second, and now moves steps away. Make sure he does not take off that extra step. Ball arrives in the fielder's hands quickly on this carpet. If you can keep somebody just a step closer, you'll give an outfielder a chance to cut him down at home plate. All the little things now important. Did he go? Did not.
Dan Morrison, the first base umpire, talked about more hitters being low ball hitters. Jay Buhner's a good example. Why are they? You see him carry that bat straight up and down. Hitters use lighter bats. And it's easier to drop the barrel on a low pitch from that position.
As Yankee fans are certainly aware, I guess in Toronto and Kansas City, and Mets fans are aware too. Cone will walk quite a few hitters, and so far here in this Game 5, he hasn't walked anybody, but he's behind in the count. 2 balls and no strikes now. And he gets away to the backstop, and the Mariners have the tying run 90 feet away.
Play the infield back, but David Cone is pitching Buhner almost like an intentional walk. With the bottom of the order coming up, he doesn't want to give him anything to drive, trying to protect that 1-run lead.
Now let's see what he elects to do here with 3 balls and no strikes on Buhner. 1 out.
That's some respect. Looked like a 3-0 breaking ball.
It's like a character out of a Dostoevsky novel. Jay Buhner walking down a street in Kiev. Flashes one base hit. This game is tied.
With that strength, the ball down in his zone shatters his back and still gets enough on it. Like Flowers, a lot of hits, a lot of RBIs per hit. 123 hits during the year and 121 ribbies for Buhner.
So the broken bat Buhner single ties the score at 2. Bottom of the 4th inning. This is a decisive game 5. Winner moves on to take on Cleveland for the American League Championship. Luis Soho goes over to Mattingly at first base.
Lou Piniella, like the Mariners, is so loose before the game. And he said, hey, we've had a great year. You know, if we lose, I got a lot of golf shorts packed away. I'll go play some golf. And he's going to gamble a little more. Soho looking right now for the sign. You could expect a hit and run with Soho in the batter's box. Of course, in a hit and run, the runner's not trying to get a quick jump off first, so not as apt to get picked off in a hit and run situation. The wheels turn. Line drive, right at Maloney at second, but Buhner alertly did not stray too far. 2 out now. Danny Wilson up. You're looking at Buhner there, Brent. You talked about his figure, his persona. They had Buhner haircut tonight here in Seattle. It drew quite a crowd. He takes that helmet off, completely bald. Talking with Mattingly, because of course he is a former Yankee. Danny Wilson now with 2 outs, and Buhner away from first. The one thing that a base runner for the Mariners has to be extremely aware of is that that biting slider, if it gets away again, you must alertly move with it. But you've got to be careful that Stanley doesn't make a stop, and he's got a shot at it. For a sign, he's going to get the hit sign. One of the things Dan Wilson is known as good catcher has improved his hitting. And now 3-0 with 2 out and Buhner on at first. This would allow the Mariners to put their 9-hitter up here at the bottom of this inning. And then if he can't do anything, they'd move right away to the top. So they would really love to get Wilson on base here. And Cone dearly wants to do otherwise. Continue to disappear in the Yankee dugout. 3-1 now with 2 outs. Line drive, base hit in front of Bernie Williams. Buhner will move to second. improved stroke of Dan Wilson, 278 this year with 9 ribbies. A lot of help from Lou Piniella and Lee Delia. These Mariner hitters use the whole field so well, and they're hitting some pretty good pitches.
Now Buhner leading the way from second. There are 2 outs. We're at the bottom of the 4th. Yankees 2, Mariners 2. And Flowers. He's ready to stand in. Randy Johnson far left in the Mariner dugout. Game face on in case they need him late. Good look at breaking ball right there.
You saw the graphic. Flowers 0 for 13. That's a reason. Not many right-handers can get that breaking ball.
The Mariners are very adept at stealing signs. Stanley, Cone, the Yankees are also aware of it. Outside and low.
That kind of day.
Has been that kind of month in Seattle and also back in New York. Both of these teams pounded down the stretch, worked hard to get into the playoffs. Beautiful fastball.
Yeah, pitch counts and how do you feel go out the window today. Everybody's available. David Cone averages more innings per start than any pitcher in the major leagues, so you can depend on him for at least 7.
Well, they didn't work long last year. They should have a lot left this fall.
And a short season this year.
1-2 with 2 outs. Flowers ready. You're away from second.
Once a decade, you hope that works.
Flowers at that. 1-2. Game 5. Deadline. On the ground, but Fernandez here. Take it alone for the 3rd out. But the Mariners score once through 4. It's 2-2. With Jim Cott and Jack Arute, I'm Brent Musburger. Welcome you to Game 5. Winner moves on to the American League Championship Series against the Cleveland Indians. Stage is set in the National League. They go into Cincinnati, the Atlanta Braves, and the Cincinnati Reds. And everybody with the same sentiments in New York and Seattle. Bring on the Indians. And you're going to get them, one of you, and they're going to be tough. They've had a great, great season. Deion James now stands in against Andy Venice.
This go about 15 innings. They have their pitchers well rested. Dennis Martinez, the Bulldog, Earl Hershiser, and Charles Nagy. They're all ready to go.
Slaps one. Tino Martinez with the put out. Mike Stanley, 1 for 1. If this is the first time that you have been able to watch any of the Yankees and the Mariners, this is absolutely the quietest it has ever been in the Kingdom since about 5:05 Friday. Everybody just sitting and waiting. Ground ball to third. Flowers. 2 out.
18th time these two teams have met this year. And the Mariners have handled them during the regular season. As you see, Flowers handle that play easily. The Mariners are 7-1 here in the Kingdom.
Yeah, it has not been a pleasant summer and fall on the left coast of the New York Yankees. Fernandez takes a strike. A horrendous 8-game losing streak came to an end here in the Kingdom. Toward the gap in right center field. Fernandez on a run. He's got it between Griffey and Buhner. Griffey will run it down, and Fernandez into second with a double.
That quieted this Kingdom crowd down as Tony Fernandez takes it right off the shoe tops. I don't think Jay Buhner tracked this ball well. He ran a little bit of a flag pattern. And Ken Griffey Jr., you can see him looking at Buhner, waiting to see if he could catch it. Makes a nice bare hand grab and gets it into the infield in a hurry. Just out of Buhner's reach.
Not sure that even if Buhner did reach it, that he would have been able to stop Fernandez from going to second base. It was pretty well hit into the gap in right center field here in the Kingdom. At any rate, Fernandez on at second now with the 2-out double, and it's Randy Velarde. Hit in the air, drifting over toward the Yankee dugout. Wilson. A Yankee left at second. Still tied at 2. A lot of talk and controversy about a new stadium out here in Seattle. Back on July 19th of 1994, some acoustical tiles fell. Al Ripken at the time was right underneath the seats doing a radio interview. And then unfortunately, tragically, a couple of gentlemen died working when they repaired the roof of the Kingdom. And Jackaroo, what's the latest on the possibility of a new stadium here?
Well, Brent, the Mariners have actually said that it's October 30th is the deadline for a decision, and there's two major decisions that have to be made this week. The secret finance plan for the $285 million, $45 million of which the Mariners said they will put up for a retractable dome stadium, is supposed to be released to the legislature on Wednesday. If it isn't killed outright, then the governor says he'll call a special session on Thursday. But they got to know by October 30th.
Well, if you build it, we will come. And one other thing, folks, if you feel the winning team, we'll come wherever you play.
Boy, isn't that the truth?
Vince Coleman now stands in here to lead off at the bottom of the 5th inning. Deadlocked at 2 for the Yankees. 2 runs on 3 hits. And for the Mariners, 2 runs on 6 hits. Coleman has not yet been on base. Resurrecting his career here with the Mariners. Check swing, but right to Fernandez. Well, here is Joey Cora, and let's turn you back now to the bottom of the 3rd inning. It was scoreless. And Joey Cora, who homered 3 times during the regular season, put the Mariners on the board first. Then Paul O'Neill regained the lead for the Yankees. The Mariners have now tied it. We are in the bottom of the 5th inning. 1 out and Cora back up. This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of the Office of the Commissioner. First two hitters are out, and Ken Griffey, who has yet to bat in this game with anybody on base, comes back in. He's 0 for 2.
Pitching style. All fly balls and strikeouts, no groundouts.
Interesting to watch an outstanding pitcher, the way he moves the ball around, up and out, down by the knees, on the inside corner, then to the outside corner. Hard to pick up a pattern.
And they've tried to find a pattern on Griffey and Martinez. See Cone shrugging his shoulders out there like he's a little stiff. That move back across the inside edge. It's cool in here. Lou Piniella mentioned the other night when he removed Randy Johnson after a long Mariner inning is that you tend to stiffen up a little bit in the with the air conditioning. You saw David Cone trying to make sure he stayed low. He's loose, Lou Piniella, and he'd be available for one inning if necessary today.
1-2. In order, through 5. Yankees 2, Mariners 2. Got a college football doubleheader for you on ABC. Florida, Auburn, that'll be a dandy. Notre Dame coming off their win here will take on Army. Then Ohio State and Wisconsin. The Bucks always have trouble in Madison. Or Oklahoma, Texas. That'll be a shootout. Washington State and USC. Then Pac Network, Arizona against UCLA. That's all next Saturday at college football doubleheader. Here it is. The Yankees and the Mariners are tied at 2 apiece. Top of the lineup, Wade Boggs will lead it off here in the 6th inning. Yesterday belonged to the hitters, and today a good old-fashioned pitcher's duel between Andy Bennis and David Cone.
Key inning for Bennis and the Yankees for that matter, because when Boggs moved into the leadoff spot on August 4th and Bernie Williams into the 2-hole, they both hit about 360 from that point on. What really has set up the Yankee offense.
There's the signal.
Yeah, most baseball fans that have followed Boggs know he is as dangerous with 2 strikes as any hitter in baseball. That would have got you kicked out of the game after the first inning warning.
Now all it does is get your attention. 2-2. Yes, beautiful pitch from Bennis. Boggs is frozen. He has struck Boggs out twice. Now Bernie Williams, and the Mariners bring a lot of respect into this game for Bernie, but watch this beautiful placement by Bennis.
After the first inning strikeout with the fastball, Bennis gets him on the backdoor slider right on the outside corner.
magnificent series and a great future for the Yankees.
Career highs this year, 18 home runs and 82 RBIs during the season. Center fielders like Ken Griffey Jr., Kenny Lofton, who will be in the championship series, Devon White. Tough to get a lot of recognition, but Bernie Williams is a good one.
A walk to Williams set up Dennis's problem against O'Neill the last time. And now Bernie again ahead in the count. 2-1.
Yesterday was a freewheeling day for the crowd, for the Mariner lineup, and now that it's gone to a game 5, it's like the fans are saying, hey, maybe we can win this thing. They're a lot quieter today, anticipating.
And Williams again walks, which sets the table for Paul O'Neill, who has slammed 3 home runs against the Mariners in this series so far, including this one in the top of the 4th inning, which put the Yankees ahead 2-1. Bottom of the inning, the Mariners tied it up, and that's where we are again. 1 out. Williams again perched on at first base. Then here comes the rematch. Lower than the home run pitch, wasn't it?
Paul O'Neill hits into more double plays than any hitter in the American League, but as you mentioned, Andy Bennis got his first double play grounder as a Mariner this game. He didn't throw a lot of ground balls.
There are a lot of organizations paying very close attention to Andy Bennis as a free agent. Come up big in a very meaningful game, the scouts pay attention. And he has shown a lot of poise out there so far.
Gone from the aggressive style the first 5 innings to a little defensive now, as we've seen David Cone in a couple of situations. When you realize one bad pitch can cost you the ball game, Bobby Cuellar, who's done a nice job as the Mariner pitching coach. Probably just a trip to encourage Bennis to go back to what he was doing the first few innings. Hey, throw strikes. You were successful getting ahead. You mentioned Bennis in such an important start for him. He's accustomed to tight games coming from the Padres. He didn't get a lot of run support. The Mariners usually score about 7 for him.
He's also accustomed to a quiet crowd.
You can see on the graphic why Bernie Williams is not an excellent base stealer.
It's 2 balls and no strikes. 1 out. Williams is on at first. And it's 3-0.
And I think he'll have the green light, Paul O'Neill. And some hitters, if you give them the green light on 3, they have a tendency to overswing. O'Neill's not apt to do that. And he's walking out of the box right now, I think, to think about a zone that he would like to see a fastball in. And Buck Showalter will turn him loose.
You're on back-to-back walks. Williams and O'Neill, and here comes Ruben Sierra, who is way overdue to do something for the Bombers. A huge double in the 12th inning of that 15-inning classic back in the Bronx, but rather quiet since then, and Cuellar On the phone, there's activity in Pinella's bullpen down the left field line. They will not wait.
That's the pitcher he got that key double, Tim Belcher. Norm Charlton would be available. One thing the Yankees have not done since Game 1 when Sierra hit the two-run homer is produce with men in scoring position.
One strike, one out, tie game. Designated hitter Ruben Sierra of the New York Yankees. And he asked for time.
Game 1, 500, 5 for 10. But since that look, the Yankees just 4 for 25. Discussion right now with Wilson and Bennis and American League scouts and players that followed Ruben Sierra. He is a one-zone hitter. I mean, if you can keep it on the outside corner, he has a lot of trouble reaching it. But with that high leg kick, he's very dangerous. Anything on the inside two-thirds.
Over Venice in the stadium. After Sierra homered, it was Mattingly, then the garbage, then Pinella pulled the team, and a change of pitchers. Venice was in the field. 1-1 and 1 out. 2 Yankees on. Game of time.
Even though his record 7-2 as a Mariner, his earned run average the highest in American League history for a pitcher. 5 games over 500, almost 6.
It's 3-1 from Venice to Sierra. 2 Yankees on, and the score is tied. And the bases are loaded on 3 walks, and Lou Piniella now with a decision to make.
Yankees have 7 left-hand hitters in the lineup, and the one thing Lou Piniella wishes he had was another left-hand pitcher. He's instructing his infielders right now. Hey, if it's hit hard, take 2 the conventional way. If it's not, come home. But Norm Charlton wouldn't be available till inning 7 or 8. So the Yankees with those left-hand bats have an edge.
So it builds to one of those early climaxes. The captain, John Mattingly, with the bases loaded and 1 out here. Slaps one into left field, down into that corner. It's fair. The Yankees will score the ground rule double. Yankees lead it by 2. Don Mattingly's ground rule double to left field scores Williams and O'Neill, and the Yankees jump up 4-2.
Nothing could be more fitting for Yankee fans. Their captain, who was bashed all season long for an unproductive bat, gets exactly what he's known for, a double. Only Lou Gehrig has more in Yankee history. And off that high turf, a ground rule double that probably prevented Sierra from scoring. That bounces off the left field fence. Sierra would have been able to score on that.
Deion James will be intentionally walked to reload the bases. Mike Stanley is due up, and you would have to think that Pinella is giving strong consideration to bringing Belcher on to face the right-hander, but let's see.
Well, because you mentioned Venice only has one double play grounder in the time he's been with the Mariners, and that's what the Mariners are looking for, so you would anticipate Belcher coming in to try to get the ground ball. And when Mike Stanley comes up, Brent, there are very few hitters in baseball that have had the production with the bases loaded like Mike Stanley.
Yankees 4, Mariners 2. The top of the 6th inning, 1 out. At the moment, George, very happy with how things are unfolding right now. Mike Stanley batted 18 times. Jimmy, you mentioned this. Came to the plate 18 times. Bases loaded during the regular season for New York. And he was 9 for 11. That's 818. He hit 2 grand slam home runs. And he walked 4 times.
Gerald Williams going in to run for Deion James.
He'll go out to left field. And Lou Piniella, who is a bit of a riverboat gambler, has decided to stick with Venice. Good fastball.
I think Pinella's thinking is Venice has a better chance of striking out Stanley than Belcher. Not as much looking for the double play as the strikeout.
Drifting foul ground down the right field line and into the seats, away from Buhner, who was giving chase. The ball's in 2 strikes. Sierra's the runner at third. Mattingly with his 2-run doubles at second. Gerald Williams, the pinch runner at first. 0-2 the count.
Trademark of this Yankee lineup and their hitting coach Rick Down. They do not chase a lot of pitches. Very disciplined up and down the lineup, as you saw Stanley lay off those 2 borderline pitches and take a deep breath. For a pitcher, you'd like to get a double play ball, and you have to do that with a low pitch. Mike Stanley is a low ball hitter. Probably the reason he's had a lot of success with the bases loaded. Pitchers try to pitch him low, get the double play.
Works the count back full. home plate. Wilson drifting back. There's a play on.
Huge as Bennis gets the fastball up. Borderline pitch. You can't afford to take that at 3-2 if you're Mike Stanley. Not a lot of room back there, but enough room for Dan Wilson. Big Mariner out.
Fernandez. Two out now. Fernandez has to keep it in play. Slap it somehow. He has most RBIs in postseason. Other than three fellas, can you name them? Think about it for just a minute now. Who would have had more postseason RBIs? Yankee fans have got one, Bucky Dent. Bill Russell of the Dodgers. Pee Wee Reese of the Dodgers. The other two. Fernandez 13 and trying to get more right now. 2 balls and no strikes.
Interesting choice here if you're Tony Fernandez, and he's an experienced enough hitter to make up his own mind. Bennis is struggling. He's thinking, do I make him throw a strike or guess fastball and take a rip at it?
Hits it high toward the seats and out of play.
This is when the 6th inning becomes the 9th inning for Andy Bennis. And out here, Mariners have a chance. A hit, David Cone would be tough to beat.
2 balls and 1 strike. Yankees with the bases loaded and a 2-run lead here at the top of the 6th inning. Back to the Kingdome in Seattle. It's 4-2 the Yankees leading the Mariners right now with Jim Cott. I'm Brett Musburger. Jim, at the top of our broadcast, we talked about the heart of the matter. The heart of those 2 batting lineups. Right now, the Yankees have the advantage.
O'Neill and Mattingly, 2 RBIs apiece. So the heart of the Yankee order has done their job. And it's the heart right now for the Mariners. David Cone knows that. Key inning for him, just like it was for Bennis in the top of this inning.
And Edgar Martinez leading off. 1 for 2. 7 RBIs yesterday. A 2-run lead here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Tino Martinez, who's up next with a pair of base hits off Cone so far. Good-looking breaking ball.
Saw that sign, Edgar. And like Reggie Jackson knows when he played in New York, that's what the Mariner fans, because there are 2 Martinez, chanted on the way out of the Kingdome last night. Martinez, two of the best hitters in baseball. And what Boggs really admires is Martinez's ability to recognize pitches. Even though Cone has an outstanding slider, Martinez can recognize it, wait on it, and hit it.
1-2. All over it.
Nobody has been able to figure out a way to get this guy out. There again is the breaking ball. He went down and got it. 11th hit in the series. Tops of anyone. There's that area you referred to, Brent. Brinkman made sure it did not go underneath the bench.
And it did not, even though the outfielder was immediately putting up his hand, asking for it to be out of play, which is what a smart outfielder will do in any situation, trying to put the burden on the umpire. But Brinkman was all over. It didn't matter anyway, because Edgar Martinez wasn't going any further than second base. But Cone now must face his nemesis, Tino Martinez, with the Mariner on at second, and the crowd is about ready to wake up in Seattle. Pitch strike. Save a lot of pitching careers, won't it?
And get a lot of hitters out. That's strike one.
Popped up behind the plate. Stanley can't get it back into the crowd.
More than any pitcher in the major leagues. He can average 7 2/3 innings.
Even if he had beaten him, would not have had a chance to apply the tag.
But Showalter hoping that all that practice and spring training and all the pickoff plays would pay off in this kind of a situation. What a blow that would be for the Mariners. Tino Martinez has had these two good at-bats and 2 hits against David Cone. He tries to get him to chase the breaking ball down and in. Nice block by Stanley to get over there. Just missed his back leg. And then he's gone back outside, but Tino's been covering the plate.
Tino didn't want to take one to the team in the foot.
Wants to hit.
1-2 now. Nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th. He helped him that time, and foul ball into the ground. Evans with the call immediately.
That's going to bring Buck Showalter out of the dugout. Just to get an explanation, you mentioned, Brent, that Jim Evans has been in the center of a couple of controversial calls. You sure about that? See if we can read those lips. Evans say, yeah, hit the ground. It popped up in the glove. He didn't catch it cleanly.
We got the tapes.
Yeah, it clearly hit the dirt first.
Two balls, two strikes. Edgar Martinez away from second. Tino asks for a little time. Not automatic when a hitter turns around and asks for time, but in most situations, the umpire will give it to a hitter. 2-2 now. Cohen looks in at Stanley. Did he go? Got him out finally. So this Division Series game is brought to you by Smooth Bush Beer and easy drinking Bush Light. The employees of Trans World Airlines were up to something good. And Toyota and their full line of quality cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me.
Finally gets Martinez. Cone does on that sharp biting slider that he cannot check his swing on.
One out, and here's Buhner.
Boy, every hitter will tell you when they get back to the bench, each at bat you get one hittable pitch. Jay Buhner's walking around right now saying, I got mine and I fouled it straight back. Right down the chute, just missed it. Probably won't see another one in that zone.
Not the way David Cohn's been moving his pitches around. Rode it past him that time.
Cohn's pitch count well over 100. He doesn't care. He'll lay it all out there today, but if it comes down to a battle of bullpens, big plus for the Yankees.
Only folks counting living back in Cleveland. Right? 0-2-1 now. That was a good-looking pitch, and he got it. He went too far. First base umpire Danny Morrison punches him out.
Check swings have been very important.
Here is the definitive view. And as you can see, Morrison was all over it. What'd you think?
Well, the umpire looks at, did he intend? Was the intent there to swing? And it appeared from that angle that Buhner held up. That is probably as tough a call as a base umpire has to make. There's the Jay Buhner haircut that they love here in Seattle. I mentioned the bullpen sprint, and the reason the Yankees have a big plus. Wetland is fresh. Wickman, McDowell, if necessary, is petted. But on the Mariners side, not the same situation. There's the Yankee bullpen is Nardi Contreras. Bob Wickman seated there. Nardi Contreras walking out to the mound right now just to give Cone a little breather. Norm Charlton, as Lou Piniella said, is pitching on fumes. They would only use Randy Johnson if they had the lead, and Jeff Nelson, with 4 great innings yesterday, really enabled the Mariners to win the game.
Jimmy, let me remind everybody while we got a moment as we look at Charlton down there about Monday Night Football. This will be a good game. The Chargers are in Kansas City to play the Chiefs. That's 9 Eastern time, and by my unofficial count, there were 4 overtime games in the National Football League today. The Eagles with a win, Minnesota with a victory, Indianapolis coming back on Miami after being down, and the Giants. So this could be a huge day for the tri-state metropolitan area back in New York. The Yankees can follow it up now.
That's the Deacon, Warren Newson, pinch hitting for the Mariners.
This has been an outstanding pinch-hitting team this year. Cone immediately jumps ahead of Warren.
Newsom with the White Sox in '93. He's got some postseason experience. Teammate of Jack McDowell.
Two out. Edgar Martinez on at second base. Gave him the inside corner that time.
He's painting with power right now. Breaking ball on the outside edge, and the blazer on the inside corner. Move just across the edge of the plate.
He has jumped ahead 0-2. Nice pickup by Stanley on the short hop. It is holds at second. David Cone is dictating now. A 2-run lead through 6. Back with more after this from our ABC stations. A summary of what we have had so far here with David Cone ahead by a pair of runs. Lauren O'Neill with home runs. Dennis still in the game. And we have a Don Mattingly 2-run double. And you can see that the Mariners have been quiet considerably here with a change at shortstop. Soho was taken out for the pinch hitter and a former Indian. Felix Vermain has moved in at shortstop here. Mariners.
Mariner fans at the banners welcome home Omar if the Mariners would play the Indians. Of course, Vermain was traded for the Gold Glove shortstop Omar Vizquel. This probably be a one-batter inning for Venice. All the lefties coming up. Charlton getting ready in the bullpen. You mentioned a while ago, Brent, what strike one can do for you, and that's what Venice did the first few innings, but since then he has fallen behind and he's paid for it.
It's 2-1. Right there. This is a crowd which obviously is accustomed to cheering for Randy Johnson. I mean, on 2 strikes, it's been the only time that they have risen to the 5th game occasion today. 3-2 now. Yes, sir.
That they stand with 2 strikes because that started in the late 70s when a Yankee would get 2 strikes on a hitter. Ron Guidry painted the outside corner with the fastball, and Pinella's going to stay with it.
He's done a good job against Bob, striking him out twice here today. It's the next hitter that he has really struggled with. Interesting about Boggs, you were talking about his bat control, everyone very well aware of how difficult he is to strike out. In fact, he struck out 3 times in a game, only once in the last 5 years. Back in August of 1993. Now 1-1. Quickly over his Dennis, who alertly was able to get over and cover on the play. May have been stepped on, but now it's time for tonight's Toyota Diamond Dust baseball back. Yankee Stadium has hosted 100 postseason games. That's an all-time high. which stadium now has hosted the second most games during postseason play? I'm going to give you a hint. I think you need one on this, folks. John McGraw would have had the answer to this one. And we will give you the answer in the next inning. And now here comes the hitter who has set the table in this decisive Game 5 with 2 walks. He has scored twice. Venice has gotten 2 fines with Bernie Williams.
Big difference in the game. Yankees only have 4 hits. Cone has given up 7, but he hasn't walked anyone. It's been the walks that have hurt Andy Bennett.
2-run lead. What's interesting about Cone dictating now, and I don't have to remind Yankee fans of John Wetland's record here in the Kingdom, not only in the regular season, but also yesterday. I suppose if there's any second guess you want to offer up for a show-off of managing yesterday, it'll be the fact that he yanked Wickham and went to Wetland in the first place. But that doesn't tell us what might have happened if he hadn't changed pitches, does it? I think it's a legitimate second guess to question, as long as you say, but we're not sure that they wouldn't have hit the other fella either. As long as you do that, it's okay to talk about it. It's 2 balls and 1 strike now.
And he has been the ace out of that pen all year. You have to have confidence in him getting any hitter out. That he's not been able to get Griffey out.
2-1 and 2 now.
Well, we're a pitch away from having, for the 4th time, a confrontation between 2 Cincinnati teammates, Charlton and O'Neill.
Patience has been a virtue for Bernie Williams of the Yankees. The 3rd time that he has walked. And that will be the end of the workday for Andy Venice. Norm Charlton rolling in. We'll be right back.
See if Norm Charlton can control his forkball. I mean, what a pickup he has been middle of July for the Mariners. Didn't get a chance to work as many innings with the Phillies. That's what he's done in the division series. But yesterday, a lot of those forkballs in the dirt. The arm was tight. Lou Piniella has extended him a lot, looking for just a couple of more outs from him.
Well, Andy Venice, the starter who left, had a very good fastball as Randy Johnson has moved down to take a seat. Venice giving up 4 hits, but there were 6 walks, 1 of them intentional. And now Charlton will attempt to hold the line with Paul O'Neill trying to get even more. He homered earlier for the Yankees. Venice done for the day. Very low, and those of you who were with us yesterday remember the problems that Wilson had behind the plate. One of them finally getting away, and for a brief moment the Yankees tied the game. Charlton was obviously a tired pitcher yesterday. In the air to left field, Coleman and Sundry. Charlton does his job, but the Yankees lead it.
Yankees lead it by 2, bottom of the 7th. Mattingly and O'Neill have provided the offense, but this guy with 109 pitches, and here's 3 of his best. The slider to Tino Martinez for a strikeout. The splitter to Buehler. And Newsom can't catch the forkball. But the stuff is still there. The Yankees hope it can last for 3 more innings.
So he has fanned his last 3 hitters after Edgar Martinez doubled. He has knocked down 4 of the last 5. He has given up 5 hits, striking out 7, and I think most impressively is that 0 under BB. When David Cone does not walk anybody, look out.
That's when he became a Cy Young Award winner. He cut down on the base on balls. Charlton will stay in. The Yankees have left-hand bats coming up the next inning.
Bottom of the 7th and bottom of the order. Dan Wilson and Mike Blowers will start it off, and then it is Vince Coleman. What a difference a pitcher makes. Keeping the Seattle Strong at bay.
Well, you can go back to the beginning of when Abner invented this game, and there's two areas you try to pitch hitters: low and away, high and tight. And that's what Cohn's doing.
They are simply nervous rather than noisy in Seattle now. It's a ball and 2 strikes. And the hired gun is dictating. Now, let's give you the answer to the Toyota Diamond Dust question. Which stadium has hosted the second most games during postseason play? I knew you New Yorkers would get this. I knew once I gave you that huge tip. That's a trick one. That one is. You know how many baseball fans, young fans, right now?
Where's the Polo Ground?
Where's that play?
They play baseball at the Polo Ground.
That's for the Giants. Once played before Walter O'Malley convinced Forrest Stone. Go west, young man, go west. And the face of baseball has never been quite the same since. And now, Mike Flowers. Stepping in here.
Remember when I was a kid and I followed the Braves with Warren Spahn and later got to meet him and heard guys talk about how he could finish a game off when he had a lead in the 7th. And Buck Showalter will not go to the bullpen unless he absolutely has to. And you can see Cohn has almost kicked it into another gear.
Another pitcher who I thought could finish was Bob Gibson.
Yeah,
I thought Gibson's going to get you. With a 1-run lead, it did not matter.
It's the first sidearm hook we've seen him throw today.
Feeling real confident when he tries that right here. The 5th game. The Yankees hoping to move on to Cleveland and open up on Tuesday night against the Indians with the Braves and the Reds ready to go out in the National League. And how excited is the state of Ohio right now? The Buckeyes, one of the best in college football. Reds are in the oh, mercy. It's a wealth of riches back in Ohio this weekend. But Buckeye fans, just a little warning, you don't have to be warned. You've got to go to Madison next week. It's never easy, is it, for the Buckeyes when they go to Madison. Here's a former football player, Vince Coleman, back with the training camp in the National Football League as a punter. Didn't make it with the Washington Redskins, St. Louis Cardinals, among others, are forever happy. Slash right at Mattingly. So now the Mariners are down to only 2 at-bats. It's 4-2 Yankees. So the Yankees closing in on perhaps another trip. American League Championship Series in the first in a long, long time. It has been a drought for Yankee fans over this last decade. Judging from the crowds back in the Bronx for the first 2 games of this series, those folks are ready. Fouled away by Ruben Sierra, who came to the Yankees from Oakland and has absolutely embraced the Puerto Rican community. Trying to do some more damage here to Charlton. But it's Charlton who rides it past him.
First baseman Don Mattingly. Looks like some pretty good gas when you're pitching on fumes. He threw it right by Sierra. That high leg kick, very vulnerable to that pitch.
Mattingly
have taken Charlton out of the yard this year. They're both Yankees, Mattingly and O'Neill.
Very much away. The heart of the Mariner order is due up. Could be their best opportunity left in the bottom of the eighth if Charlton can clear the Yankees out.
Going in that batter's box.
With the friend you've got is yourself.
Pull back, keep the shoulder in. Made Charlton so tough on lefties. Not many pitchers get their fork ball to break down and away. He can do that, the left-hand hitters.
Which will it be? Donnie baseball? Or Donnie strikeout? Or neither? Into left and Coleman. That's where Mattingly put his huge ground rule double over there. And the winner of this game will take on the Cleveland Indians in the American League Championship Series. And a reminder that the postseason heats up. We begin coverage of the American and National League Championship Series. We'll have regional coverage Tuesday at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific, right here on ABC. Gerald Williams replaced Deion James. You know, we mentioned Gerald Williams having played out of Grambling State. And again, congratulations to Eddie Robin. He has a few minutes. I hope he's able to enjoy watching a little baseball. 400 victories down there. It's just a record that when you think about that any coach can win that many games, I mean, it is monumental. And never in my lifetime did I think anybody would reach that figure.
Seems like yesterday again.
It's full. And Williams on with a walk. Bringing up Yankee catcher Mike Stanley. One of the things not to be overlooked in this championship series as we watch Stanley step in is that the other night, back in the Bronx, Jimmy Leyritz, who had that dramatic home run, also worked 15 innings behind home plate. When you're a catcher and you're involved in this many games in the postseason, it is nice to have a night off. And that could help energize somebody like Mike Stanley. When you've got a quality backup like Jimmy Leyritz, as Williams leads off first now. Ground ball to short. Green is up with it. Force at second. Carr. And folks, here it comes. The heart of the matter. Due up in Seattle.
Life rarely imitates orange cones. Orange cones, however, can be made to imitate life.
The MCI proof positive replay, not of this game, but of the series. A very unusual play. Many of us have seen this go the other way with Tony Fernandez. But with Edgar Martinez on at third, Fernandez saves a base hit. Nobody's on at first. Randy Velarde came toward him. He flipped the ball to him. Velarde froze Martinez and retired Mike Flowers. The MCI proof positive replay of this series. And there have been some moments to savor in this 5-game showdown. And here comes another one. Joey Cora with an unlikely home run against David Cone to lead it off. And then we'll move to Ken Griffey and Edgar Martinez with the big unit starting to get loose.
If they score, and that is not unusual for the Mariners to do that in their last at-bat. Boy, have they been something against the Yankees. They've beaten them 11 times. 5 in the last at-bat.
Panella is at it again. One of the reasons why he has Johnson up is to get this crowd very much back into the thick of things. As soon as they saw the big unit get up, they rose as one. And now David Cone has slipped behind Cora. Showtime in Seattle.
Cora's got his mind on track bunting today. He's going long ball.
High in the air, but playable. O'Neill. And again, Ken Griffey must come to the plate as he has all day long without anybody on.
That's what Cone has done such a good job of. Cora took him out of the yard, but Coleman and Cora have hit the ball in the air in every at-bat, and that's the key to getting them out.
A strikeout victory in his last at-bat. Cone will break the concentration a little bit.
Sweaty palm kind of day. Bobby Cuellar checking with his pitchers on the Mariner bench.
We got to have a word with Carl. Tell him what the situation will be. In the ninth inning. Tino Martinez coming up. To his liking, as Cone kept the ball away from him. Didn't want him to pull anything on him, and now it's 3-1 and 2 out. Tino is on. Now, Jay Buhner steps up as the lead runner. Not to have to use the bullpen.
Positioning Wade Boggs near the line, but the Yankees aren't as worried about that double down the line with Buhner. The grand slam he hit off Cone in an earlier series. This is when the 8th inning becomes the 9th for David Cone.
And when you're an ex-Yankee, this is a moment you can only hope for. Is due up next because Newsom pitch hit for Soho. And Rivera getting up now. He has been dynamite in this series so far.
That's why this is like the last out of the game, because Piniella has no more long ball threats on the bench. Is aware of who Piniella has on the bench, as you see Buhner try to hold up, but I think that's why he is going to make him hit a breaking ball. Diaz is over there. He has speed and Amaral, but not power.
Two balls and one strike. Flash, base hit. And Tino Martinez will hold at second.
Hero. Probably be Doug Strange, another switch hitter off the bench, left-hander. Like Diaz, he's going to go with Diaz, and Alex Diaz was the player that filled in so well for Ken Griffey Jr. when he was hurt.
And that means that carrying a third shortstop will eventually pay off for Lou Piniella. Alex Rodriguez over there at the dugout figures to get an inning in the field here in the ninth. He and Lee Hillier over there at the bench. And Alex Diaz, who was born in Brooklyn, New York, will come up to But there'll be a confrontation, or a conversation, I should say, first out on the mound.
Athletes talk about how they look forward, and David Cohn has addressed it. He said you want to be involved in these games, but you can't enjoy them until they're over. The same thing with Alex Diaz. Boy, you look forward to an opportunity to do something. Contreras is to say, how do you feel? And Cohn is going to tell him, I feel great. I mean, there's no way he's going to ask out of this ball game. Pitch count well above whatever David usually goes.
I think it has to be very revealing for Yankee fans to see Mariano Rivera up his throwing in this situation after the failure of Wetland in the 8th inning yesterday. That could be sending a message to Yankee fans and also the Cleveland Indians. Now remember, the Yankees can adjust their roster following this series. They cannot make Rick Honeycutt active, but they can go back down and pick up one of their minor league pitchers if they want to make a change down there. And chances are they might, especially for that left-handed side. Now, Diaz steps in with 2 outs. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Tino Martinez with the tying run on at second. Jay Buhner over at first base, and here's Diaz. Out of the strike zone. All the heroes in postseason play are named, mantled. Some of the other greats who've come through for the New York Yankees, other teams. Never know. Like this fellow might pop up and then Lou Piniella here with time called. Is he looking for a...
Going to look for somebody to run. Looking up and down his bench. He can't find anybody. I need somebody with some speed.
Where's Alex Rodriguez?
Well, he's got Rich Amaral.
Where is Rodriguez? Where is the youngster? Come on.
Probably catching his breath in the clubhouse.
Get him out there and let him run.
Went in to get his running shoes on.
Also to find his glove. And he down home. Get him out. Make sure you watch. I'm about to appear. Need a big moment. So here he is, number 1 draft choice out of the Miami area. This is the shortstop for the future. Pencil him in that lineup. Next year in April, the Mariners are going to take a look at him. And now he'll carry their tying run in 95 with Alex Diaz, who filled in for Ken Griffey Jr. following that injury. Griffey missing about half a season. Rodriguez away from second.
Note the Yankee outfield, Williams, and that could be a key position. Figure Diaz slaps the ball that way off the turf. And O'Neill with an accurate arm is rather deep in right. Not much chance for him to throw him out from that position.
Griffey slugged the home run that made it a 1-run game. Then Edgar Martinez was retired on a ground ball. Back-to-back singles by Tino and Buhner. And the pinch hitter Diaz. Griffey watching from there in the bench. It is 3-1 to Diaz.
Looking for warm bodies.
Dan Wilson is listed as the next hitter. Doug Strange used, but Doug Strange would be the only left-handed bat left over there in that dugout.
the first walk of the game for David Cone.
That's where, even though the control has been great, a lot of strikeouts, a lot of pitches, that's typical of David Cone, and there's not quite the sharpness here in the 8th inning.
And now the pinch hitter. Again. Manella goes for the left-handed hitter, and it'll be Doug Strange.
You can see that breaking ball, and it hung high. That's about the first one that's done that. Not much snap left in it. Pinch hit home run off Jeff Russell to win a game against the Rangers in September. That's a lot.
And Strange steps in on him. Mattingly and Velarde are deep on the right side. Yes, he went too far.
Gutsy call by Mike Stanley. Figure a pinch hitter coming off the bench looking fastball. Threw him the slider.
Rodriguez at third base. Bases loaded. 2 out, bottom of the 8th. Yankees up a run. 4-3. A tiring Cone trying to hang on.
He's spilling it all out there, but there's not much left to spill. If you're Doug Strange, you have to have the discipline to be able to say, if it's there, I'm going to swing at it, but it's not an automatic take.
Fernandez in for a word.
He's going to make sure with Sam Perlazzo, Doug Strange. And I'm sure that's all that is, hey, you know the zone you like it in. Have a good swing.
Will the Yankees gamble on the slider? 3-1 and 2 out. Right there, right down the middle, and Strange was taking. The walk to Strange forces in young Alex Rodriguez. Refused to lose in Seattle. And now the pitching change.
And they gambled with a split finger, 3-2 out. Wow. And not close enough for Strange to offer at it. Reggie Jackson on his feet. What a courageous effort by David Cone.
And what a moment for Mariano Rivera.
this is all because of yesterday, when the Mariners again ripped into Wetland.
Buck Showalter trying to hold Wetland off for the 9th inning, hoping to get just an out of Rivera. Mariano Rivera is a 25-year-old rookie from Panama.
And now the big unit gets serious.
This would be his normal day to throw between starts.
And Andy Pettit starts to loosen up. The Yankees have lost all confidence in Steve Howe, and if you're a Yankees fan, you don't need me to tell you why. Showalter gambling, and it has been an impressive. Rivera so far in 2 appearances, you can see what he's done with 7 Ks.
Good live fastball. And all he's hoping for now is just to be able to throw some strikes. And how fitting he has to face a former Yankee, Mike Flowers. I mean, it's not only tough to throw strikes right now, it's tough to breathe. Talked to Don Mattingly yesterday about what effect this crowd can have on your ability to control your emotions.
Pitch strike. Flowers was taking a look all the way. He has shown some first-class heat so far in this series. Do the job here, and the Indians are going to be seeing Rivera in the next stop. Oh, and 2 and ahead with the bases loaded. In the bottom of the 8th inning, Mariano Rivera. Jack McDowell watching. He's available if they need him. What a pitching job by Rivera. He justifies the confidence that Showalter pays in him, but the kid has done it again. The 9th inning is coming up, ladies and gentlemen.
Somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Maybe they should have traded him for Griffey.
This 95 Division Series game is brought to you by Gillette Sensor and the Gillette Series. Gillette, the best a man can get. McDonald's, have you had your break today? At MetLife, get Met, it pays. The 9th inning of a tied Game 5 with the New York Yankees coming to the plate here at the top of the 9th inning. And defensively, you see that Flowers has moved across the infield to first. Strange goes to third. And Rodriguez is behind at shortstop. He is the youngest man to play in postseason competition in Pavel, Washington. He turned 20 years old in July. And then behind the plate, Chris Widger steps in into a tough spot. Hit deep toward the gap. That ball is out of here. Off that top wall. Hold on, that's a double. Remember that ball is in play. I thought that baby was out of here up on top, but it's off the wall for a double.
When you see strange things happen in the postseason, it hit the scoreboard. Tony Fernandez has not had a good year from the right side of the plate, and he leads off here with a double.
That's amazing, Jimmy. After talking about that wall, I made that mistake, that up above it is solid and there is no room above that padding out there. So it was my mistake all the way. Recover, Yankees fans. Fernandez is on at second base now, and Randy Velarde steps in. There's the bunt, going foul.
And with those changes, you know, young Chris Widger, 24-year-old rookie, less than 30 games experience in the big leagues. Now Blowers moves over to first. Not a good glove there, and so a little pressure on Blowers and Doug Strange here. Ironic again, that's something the Yankees do not do much of. Fewer sacrifice bunts than any team in the American League, but here's a chance for one to win them a ball game.
Fernandez away from second. Good stop. He did a great job coming in the other night when they brought this youngster in behind the plate. Chris Widger replacing Wilson. Two strikes. Fernandez away from second. Charlton.
A lot of pressure on young Chris Widger trying to catch that forkball.
Unbelievable.
He was back there in that 15-inning game.
Two balls, two strikes. And Fernandez will have to hurry back. He thought about it, and he strayed quite a ways away, and he has been playing with an injured knee, and as he scurried back into second base, might have aggravated it just a bit. Watch here. He had first indicated, Jimmy, he was going to go to third, and then he pulled back, and you can see there is some obvious pain.
Yeah, that quick move. Trainer Gene Monahan out immediately. Tony caught halfway in between where he thought he might be able to advance, and that quick change of direction is what twisted that knee.
Now, here's where Fernandez struck this ball. And there you can see why I made the mistake on it was struck, and I obviously know better than that because that happens to have been a piece of this building that is very important to the Mariners this year. Because right to the right of the 380 sign is where Ken Griffey slammed into it, and that is a solid wall and very much in play. You can see how the padding is up against it. So Fernandez shaking it off on its second base. And Velarde now with a count of 3 balls and 2 strikes. The Yankees with the first 2 runners on against a struggling Norm Charlton. Here comes Lou.
Like Cone, Charlton out of gas, and even though Randy Johnson, the premier strikeout pitcher, it is a little different mentality coming in as a reliever. Sometimes those starters, they want a little time to get into the game. Johnson will not have that luxury. He's got to throw instant strikes. There's Piniella discussing right now with Charlton. No, he's had enough.
So Boggs comes up with Fernandez. Having gone in for a little more attention into the dugout. Boggs took the night off in Game 3, and so this is his first at bat against Johnson since 1992. Randy Johnson can do that to a good left-handed hitter. Appelardi away from first.
Big break for the Mariners. See, there's an example. That pitch well out of the strike zone. Tough to bunt. Toughest pitch to bunt's a high fastball. When you haven't laid one down in 2 years, it's even tougher.
Going through the signs with Johnson, and now Randy will step off. Remember, normally it is Dan Wilson back there. 3 times in this game and scored 2 runs. Steps in.
High heat, that's where Widger had the target. That's where Johnson threw it. Got his game face on in a hurry. Strikeouts or fly balls. He's got some inexperience at shortstop. Not an outstanding fielder at second, and Blauer's not their regular first baseman.
1 ball and no strikes. Starter watches.
Williams, for fans that have not seen him all year, a much better hitter and more power as a right-handed hitter.
Everybody away on the infield fly rule. And it is Paul O'Neill. He too. Not familiar with Randy Johnson.
The only left-hand hitter that normally plays against Johnson is Don Mattingly. Boggs and O'Neill usually sit out, and that's why.
Strange at third, Rodriguez at short. Will have to be alert. O'Neill, if he can get something, certainly. He'll try to take it the other way on Johnson.
Cheating. You don't see a guy and then he throws you on a 92-mile-an-hour slider. Well, there's been a lot of feet planted out on that mound today. When you're 6'10", you want to make sure you got a comfortable spot to plant it. So he's doing a little landscaping.
Now Fernandez looks in from second. 0-1 and 2 out. Hit high in the air and playable. Richards got it. Randy Johnson stops in and puts the Yankees away in the ninth. Of Game 5. The winner will take on Cleveland. If the Mariners prevail, the Indians jet to the Northwest. But if the Yankees come through, they would have to do it in extra innings now. Then the Yankees will go to Cleveland to open the championship series on Tuesday night.
And what that long last inning did was not only tie the game, Ken Griffey Jr. will come to the plate this inning. 11 wins this year, 5 of them in their last at-bat, 1 a Griffey home run.
The Mariners have come from behind a total of 45 times this season.
Showalter talked about in spring training when Mariano Rivera made the team. A lot of the pitchers, Panamani and Rivera, that pitch in winter baseball face a lot of big leaguers, big crowds. Confidence that he could pitch in this situation. I think he pitched and won this noisy, though.
0-2. And now Blackjack gets up. Along with Pettit. All hands on deck. Cohen has just lined a single.
Secret here. Cora will be punting. You saw Pettit warming up in the bullpen. You mentioned, Brent, confidence in John Wetland's shot after Griffey has hit 3 home runs off him this year. Just buying some time right here to give McDowell a chance to get loose. Because if they were to bring Pettit in where they could walk Griffey, McDowell would face Edgar Martinez.
Jimmy Cora had 13 sacks for 5 months. That's the second most in the American League.
But it would only be fitting in a game like this. It was the Yankees' inability to get the bunt down and get the men over, something they don't do very often or very well. The Mariners will try to win the game doing something they do well, sacrifice bunt.
And aren't the Cleveland Indians enjoying this?
They'd like to see another 9 innings.
Has come into the game. He has appeared here. We've had a little bit of everything in this divisional playoff between the Yankees and the Mariners, and not done yet. The 23-year-old looks in. Cora's up now. Coleman with all that speed on at first. Squares, pops it up. They cannot get to it.
Yeah, again, the toughest pitch to bunt is a high fastball. You have a tendency to get that bat underneath it, and even though Cora is a good bunter, it'll be a little tougher laying it down against Rivera's high heater.
And Ken Griffey waits.
When you have a base stealer like Vince Coleman, 42 on the year, if he can read Rivera, he could steal second. Cora could bunt him to third.
One foot on the carpet for Coleman. Cora squares. There's the bunt. It's perfect. Gilardi with the put out. Series-winning runner has moved along to second base. It's Junior, a chance to win it. Now, ordinarily you would say, well, wait a minute, you got first base open. Would you give him a chance to even swing the bat? Well, perhaps he would walk, but you've got to also think about who's next over there, and that happens to be Edgar Martinez. What a great ability to protect each other in this lineup. So Edgar will be counted on.
Have a saying around the batting cage, the simplest statement in baseball, boy, what success against Rivera. Bunt him over, get him in. That's all the Mariners are trying to do. And the chant begins already.
yesterday. Edgar Martinez with the Mariners down 5. Wants to save the eardrums, and Showalter comes out to the mound. And gonna make a move here against Edgar.
Doesn't get any better. The league's best hitter against the former Cy Young Award winner.
Jack McDowell is coming on. And then, of course, later, with the bases loaded in the 8th inning, Martinez again stepped up and this time hit a slam. He drove in 7 runs yesterday with those 2 dramatic home runs.
Checking with Buck Showalter. Want to make sure they have the signs right with Fernandez and Velarde. And be aware of Coleman's ability to steal third. And the challenge to Mike Stanley is to block that McDowell forkball. Oftentimes, again, talked about with Randy Johnson, you're used to being a starter. You come in fresh out of the bullpen, not apt to have good command of that splitter.
Of the hour yesterday. It was one of the greatest hitting performances ever in postseason play. 2 home runs. And then this. Let's see, 50% in 2 days, not bad for me.
Wow. I mean, baseball's not all the way back. It's going to take a long time, but games like this will sure speed up the process. Yeah, it is a baseball town. It's become one in September of '95 and October.
Alone with his thoughts right now, McDowell, who was the opponent of the big unit when the series moved west, and how fortunes have changed after that 15-inning drama unfolded in the Bronx. The Mariners win 2 in a row here, and now a chance to win it. And Jack McDowell will come on now and make the first relief appearance of his career.
You don't often pitch around the guy with third base open, but if you check who's on deck, you might not give Edgar Martinez too much to hit. Take a chance with the rookie.
Martinez ready.
That would be the question mark with McDowell. Missed 15 days, a couple of starts with a strained muscle under the scapula. Started a game, said his shoulder or back is all right, but his control has not been as sharp since the injury.
Enjoy lip reading. We're denied that pleasure by Blackjack that time, and now he's going back to work. A ball and no strikes here on Edgar Martinez.
Runners will be aware of. Jack McDowell has one of the best pickoff moves for a right-hander in baseball. 2 balls and a strike. putting the sign on now.
Reached for that pitch. Got him. Edgar Martinez is fanned by Jack McDowell in his first relief appearance. And now the youngster, Alex Rodriguez, will come up with 2 outs.
Wow. A splitter that hung a little high, but in a zone where Martinez just swung over it. Actually got him out with a hitter's pitch. You can see the disgust on his face.
Rodriguez due to take over in 96, could be the cover boy in 95. McDowell trying to give the Yankees another chance in the 10th inning. Ground ball is short. Fernandez up with it to Velarde. They forced him, and we'll go to the 10th inning. It's a series that just won't end. It really has been a wonderful series, and all of us will take away some great memories from this. Really deserve to go into extra innings. When you think about all the drama that we have had through those 2 games back in the Bronx, 15 innings, ending in the rain with Jim Leyritz. Then out here through 2 more. Now Ruben Sierra against Randy Johnson. It is interesting as we look at Randy and Jim Cott. You may have noticed put a little asterisk on his comment. Lou said 1 inning, but you know how managers are in these situations.
Breaking ball to Edgar Martinez got this crowd quiet for a while, but now they're back into it.
Two balls and 2 strikes, and Sierra's ready. Drifting over toward the third base seat. Just incredible here. Wonder where Piniella will go next. He's lost confidence in Ayala. Sierra went. He is punched out by Morrison. Butterfield argues, and Sierra is not happy. And Showalter will save his designated hitter.
Yeah, he wants to keep him in the ball game. Seen a lot lot of those today because we've had pitchers like Cone and Bennis and now Johnson with good breaking balls. He did not appear to go. Morrison saw it the other way.
And here's Matt English, who prior to Friday night had enjoyed pretty good success against Johnson, but not that evening.
I don't know how long he'll go with it, Brett, but when you said, I wonder where Lou Piniella will go next, I think if Johnson can't get him out, he's going to Tampa.
Yankees 4, Mariners 4. The big unit on in relief, his second inning. And he's got Mattingly again. 6 hitters, 3 strikeouts. Gerald Williams on.
And this could be a most unlikely hero for the Yankees because if there's one hitter on their roster that can turn on a Randy Johnson fastball, Mattingly couldn't. It throws him. It's Gerald Williams. Hit 2 home runs off Johnson in a game a couple of years ago.
Looking ahead to the bottom of the 10th, Buhner, Widger, and Strange are due up for the Mariners. It's not the most potent part of that lineup, and you've got to wonder if Piniella will ask Johnson, or vice versa, for a third inning if the Mariners can't score in the bottom half.
He might plead with him.
1-2. Got him. Struck out the side in the top of the 10th. Seattle's next, and we'll be back after this from our ABC station. Randy Johnson on 2 days rest. Better than most with a week off. And now Jay Buhner. Bottom of the 10th inning, tied at 4 in Seattle. The winner draws Cleveland. And Jack McDowell, who was Johnson's opponent Friday night at the Jim Cox, you had the observation. Seems like a week ago this series began here in Seattle. Quick pitch right to the knees.
Lou Piniella has 1 player left on his bench. Didn't like that call. Rich Amaral, right-hand hitter, has some speed.
Line drive, base hit, left field. Gerald Williams up with it, and Buhner takes a big turn. And again, the Mariners are knocking on the door. Now, Chris Widger.
Take a deep breath and try to bunt him over. And even though Buhner's not a base stealer, Sam Mejia's first base coach reminded him McDowell has a quick move first. And that discussion is about off this turf. If the infielders get a good break, they'll try to nail Buhner at second. Mattingly and Boggs solid at the corners.
Jimmy, we talked about the NFL scores a little bit earlier. I got a calculation on the of the 4 overtime games, the first day in the history of the NFL, that they have had 4 overtime games on one Sunday.
Only fitting. Yeah, we saw the graphic a while ago of the extra inning games. I was fortunate to be covering that game 7 of the '91 World Series. Minnesota won it 1-0. This is right there with it.
Chris Widger, who took part in one classic earlier, and McDowell snaps the throw with Buhner on at first.
See, with that good pickoff move, Buhner's not able to get a good lead, so they might try to throw him out at second on a bunt.
I think that the catcher got in front of Evans on that pitch. When Stanley rose up, it just might have broken the sight line.
Widger checking with third base coach Sam Perlazzo. He may not have had the bunt sign. Or Perlazzo reminding the rookie, don't bunt it to Mattingly.
One ball and no strikes. Steps off first. Foul ball. He hit that so hard that if Mattingly had come up with it on the short hop, he'd have had a shot at Buhner.
Oh, if that stayed fair, the Yankees got a double play. They got a break when it went foul.
Bottom of the 10th. One and 2 on the young catcher.
Looking for a sign. With 2 strikes, there's only 1. Made some contact and advanced the runner.
I believe he even went after a bad pitch that time.
Yeah, it's a big gamble by Lou Piniella. I think the one thing he wanted to stay out of was the double play. So he went ahead and gambled on the sacrifice bunt.
Third baseman,
The breaking ball. And what that does by staying out of the double play, if Strange does, is it also would get Mike Flowers to the plate.
It's possible that when he bent down, Widger believed that it was going to be a strike, and he would have to go after it because it was a late Strange reaction, as you saw. And speaking of Strange, here's Doug, now the hitter. Taking over at third base with Flowers switching to first. Tino Martinez, who homered off McDowell Friday night, is out of the lineup. He was lifted for a pinch runner. 0-1 now.
Talk about taking your game to another level. When you look at Jack McDowell's eyes, started Friday night, as you mentioned, coming off that strained muscle in the back. Shows determination there.
Ground ball to second. Velarde fires to Fernandez. Quick relay, not in time.
Like he might have caught a knee. Again, players, they're spilling everything out there going into second base hard, and Buhner caught probably Tony Fernandez's knee right in the helmet. Nice pivot by Velarde, off balance throw. close at first.
Oh, right in the face. Caught him accidentally with the foot right in Jay's face. Shaking up on that one, partner. Might have bloodied his lip a little bit. And Flowers, who has moved from third to first, steps in. Ducks range, the runner at first, but now 2 out, bottom of the 10th inning. Ground ball, Fernandez with a tremendous catch, fires the Velarde, not in time.
Left fielder, Vince Coleman.
Fernandez in the hole makes the nice throw. Tony always with that on-the-run flip toss. Can't get enough on it, and Widger with the head-first slide in just in time.
And up comes Vince Coleman.
Again, those corner outfielders become real important. Gerald Williams playing very shallow, and O'Neill is too deep in right to be able to pull the runner out.
Range away from second.
Out of that was David Cone.
Now McDowell handled Coleman until Vince's third at bat in game 3. That's when Vince rocketed a triple. No ball and a strike to the American left fielder. Ground ball. Mattingly goes to Fernandez, and the side is retired here at the bottom of the 10th. The series that won't end one moment after another. Threat. Jack McDowell and Randy Johnson continue on to the 11th inning.
And I think McDowell, he went 5 on Friday night. He'd go 9 if he had to. I doubt Piniella would let Johnson go more than this one.
Johnson has faced 6 hitters. He has struck out 4 of them. And here's the Yankee catcher.
Thing you really feel coming back short rest, lose the snap and the breaking ball.
Way down now, 3 balls and no strikes. Fernandez, 2 up. 4 pitches.
And now you got an interesting situation, and Buck Showalter is going to do it right now. Mike Stanley will come out of the game. Pat Kelly, he's got plenty of bench players left. Jim Leyritz, Russ Davis, Darryl Strawberry. So Kelly will run, and Fernandez will, in all probability, run him over.
So here's Fernandez, who doubled his last time up. Hernandez with a beauty bunt, and the sacrifice moves the runner along. Pat Kelly to second base.
Don't walk many hitters to get to Wade Boggs. In fact, it won't be Wade Boggs. It'll be Jim Leyritz who's going to go in the game to catch for Mike Stanley anyway. So that would mean the Mariners will pitch to Velarde. Chance to be a hero twice in a week, Leyritz.
The Yankees now with the lead run again away from second base.
Lou Piniella looks at that. He might think twice about pitching to him with first base open.
Base hit. Kelly coming around. He's going to score on Coleman. The Yankees lead it now. Randy Velarde. A single to left field. Pat Kelly dashes home off Randy Johnson. They have finally broken through.
And Randy Velarde, one of those veterans left over from the Lou Piniella era who has really had a tough series, continues his success. Coleman comes up, but not a strong throwing arm. Takes that high bounce off the turf, and Kelly slides in easily. A timely move by Buck Showalter.
And now the young man who ended that incredible drama in the Bronx. 1:15 a.m. with the rain coming down. Turned in 15 solid innings behind the plate. He'll be in there in the bottom of the 11th inning as the catcher. Johnson backs away now. With the Yankees leading at 5-4. Looks calm, but his stomach has to be churning right now. Showalter knows that he's going to need some arms loose down to that bullpen. Andy Pettit has been up already. A left-hander. Where does he go from the right side? Wickman, maybe? Leyritz backs out. Because the heart of that Mariner order is due up. Joey Cora, Ken Griffey, and Edgar Martinez. In the bottom of the inning as Leyritz takes a strike.
He better be careful. The only
don't throw anything now.
Jorge Posada, a backup catcher left. Buck Showalter out of the dugout immediately. Umpires have shown great restraint in this series. You can imagine the emotions of the players, and there haven't been any quick hooks.
Yeah, veteran crew. They have not looked for trouble. When either dugout's been on them, they have more or less looked the other way. Of course, the umpiring crew changed once they moved out to the West Coast. There was a little more trouble back in the Bronx. And now Bernie Williams is due to come up. Here is the pitch.
Well, that's knee-high inside corner. Leyritz didn't see it that way. I didn't think that was a bad pitch at all. You could see in the side shot it comes across the knees.
And now Bernie Williams steps in, hitting right-handed, and Mariners will put him on.
Many times you walk a hitter to get to a former batting champion, but they'll take their chances on O'Neill. And Brent, when you said who would Buck Showalter go to, I think with the gutty performance we've seen already with Jack McDowell, he has complete confidence in him going through the heart of that Mariner order. Cora, Griffey, and Edgar. Three Mariners due up.
fielder Paul O'Neill.
And now Paul O'Neill. Yankees lead it 5-4. Top of the 11th. 2 out. Strike here with 2 out, top of the 11th. Enjoying every moment of history, every member of the Cleveland Indians, as these two continue to battle.
Johnson, who really, those of you that haven't seen a lot of him, you'd think of him as a power pitcher, 294 strikeouts, but he has become a complete pitcher, and he's really gone to the breaking ball more in this inning. Hasn't thrown a lot of fastballs. To make sure, Brent, when you look back at this ball game, and you can keep all the numbers and talk about the hitting stars, but in its simplest form, it's throwing strikes. And the thing that has cost the Mariner pitching staff today, as Bobby Cuellar looks down at the turf, 4 of the 5 Yankee runs have been put on by base on balls. But the Yankees score a run to go ahead in the top of the 11th. 3 outs away from Cleveland. Jack McDowell won a Cy Young Award, accomplished a lot of things in his career, but he has yet to win a postseason game in the majors. And with Velarde moving over to third, Kelly's at second, and Leyritz moves in behind the plate. And now Joey Cora will lead it off, and Velarde shortens up just about a step at third. Former teammates in that 93 championship series facing each other.
2 days rest. Jack McDowell on Friday night, working 5 in the 3rd inning. Gave up 5 runs. Struck out 4 that he walked 4. There's that bunt. And Mattingly again. He makes the move, but he didn't get it.
We're going to have the same argument. No. Dan Morrison said, no way. He went out of the line to avoid the tag.
Now, it's interesting because the umpires discussed this rule. Clearly, Mattingly making a move on it, and they said that Cora would have a good 3 feet. That they would establish the line for him if Mattingly made a move. This is the second time that the play has come up in this series, and this umpiring crew has been all over it.
And that lane down there really comes into play on a throw to first base in case the runner is inside that lane.
So Cora with the bunt and started it off again. And now here is Ken Griffey.
And remember the McDowell pickoff move.
player of this classic is Edgar Martinez. And in conjunction with the program, Chevrolet will contribute a total of $50,000 to the Boys and Girls Clubs of America in the names of all players of the game for the 95 Major League season. Tuesday night, the drama begins all over again. The American and National League Championship Series will have the action at 8 Eastern. For Jim, Todd, and Jack Arute, I'm Brett Musburger, reminding you of what's ahead on Tuesday night. The drama that won't end in Seattle. So long, everybody.
Tomorrow night, ABC's NFL Monday Night Football features two of the league's top offenses in a key conference showdown. The defending AFC champion San Diego Chargers invade Arrowhead Stadium to meet their West Division rivals, the Kansas City Chiefs, live at 9 o'clock Eastern. You're watching ABC Sports, recognized around the world as the leader in sports television. This telecast has been produced by the Baseball Network in association with ABC Sports.
Something bad is happening.
Find out why last season's
Seattle tonight, everybody. The Seattle Mariners win the divisional playoff in dramatic fashion as they've done all season, taking this fifth game of the series to the bottom of the 11th. Okay, the score, Mariners 6, Yankees 5. And as you can see, the result, mad frenzy in the Northwest, especially in the Kingdome tonight. They are excited. We are going to take you to Seattle throughout the next 25 minutes as we bring you the victory celebration. But first, we turn to local news. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this special edition of Channel 2 News Tonight. The man who claims he's the happy...
Tied the game up, and she comes through the big double and scores a run, game-winner run. I mean, she's just Mr. Clutch, MVP.
This is bonkers around here. Look at this. Can you believe it?
I can't believe it. I love it, man. I love it. I love it. Look at the fans here, man. They've been great. I'm just so fired up. I can't wait to continue next series.
There's more champagne for you. Go enjoy it. Tino Martinez from the amazing Seattle Mariners. Walking out on the field right now. Take a look over here, John. Is Randy Johnson. And look at the ovation he is getting from this crowd. 57,000 people have not left their seats, and they are going crazy.
There you can see everybody. There is a celebration in Seattle. Isn't that fun to see? Randy Johnson, his arm packed in ice, of course, because he really didn't have sufficient rest to even play in this game. The Mariners' victory celebration, they go on to play Cleveland, but tonight it's pure celebration. We are looking at coverage from our sister station, KOMO, in Seattle. And so you can see Eric Johnson there, the sports reporter for KOMO News.
How does a guy like that come out here with 1 day rest and shut down the New York Yankees?
I tell you what, he's just a talented individual. He can just pitch. He can flat out pitch, and it doesn't matter who's up at the batter's box. He's going to shut him down. And he had a lot of adrenaline going today. Again, I know because of these fans. And he's just outstanding when he gets out there on the mound.
Is it fun just soaking this up? I mean, these people are going nuts. You guys are going to the American League Championship Series.
All right, there we have it, you guys. The celebration. We'll continue to follow what's going on in Seattle, so stay with momentarily. Okay, let's go to Seattle now. Let's take a look at what's going on. As you can imagine, the fans going crazy. Let's listen in. Bob Thronson there with the microphone.
I'll tell you, come on over here. Tell me about that game. Tell me about that game. Have you got enough left to root when the Cleveland Browns team comes to town? There's more to root for, huh? You ready to root? I used to be a Yankee fan, but now I want Seattle to go all the way. Go Seattle! Well, I think you got the sentiment down here. There's nobody down here but Mariner fans.
All right, as you can see, Bob Thronson. Do you want to know what it's like in Seattle tonight? A picture says 1,000 words, doesn't it? The scene at FX McRory's, and if you don't know Seattle well, that's like a bar right outside of the Kingdome. Obviously a popular watering hole for anyone who went to the game. Big celebration going on. We'll hear more, and we'll find out from Jerry Murphy in just a few minutes why and how.
Worse than what I normally would be because I did my share of yelling.
Yeah, it's so infectious. If you're not a Mariners fan after seeing that game, gee, there's no hope.
If you're wondering what's next, 2 days from now, Tuesday, 5 p.m. at the Kingdome, the Cleveland Indians will be in town. One of the most fearsome offensive teams in all of baseball, a lineup of hitters like you haven't ever seen before up against the Mariners. So it's going to be an amazing thing. All right, also, aside from all that excitement in Seattle, it's also NFL Sunday, and I guess what we'll do first is talk about Trailblazer training camp in McMinnville. We do have casualties. Hollywood Robinson is out 2 to 4 weeks after breaking a finger on his left hand. Rookie forward Gary Trent sprained his ankle today, and his status is also day-to-day, as they say. Portland's first exhibition game is Friday at Vancouver, BC. A couple of notches up on the ratings ladder for the Oregon Ducks. We'll fill you in on how the Oregon Ducks are standing in the top 25 after we come back from this break. First, some of the other stuff. A couple of notches up on the ratings ladder for the Oregon Ducks. After yesterday's blowout win over Pacific, the Ducks are now ranked 15th in both the Associated Press and the CNN USA Today top 25. Oregon is at California next Saturday. The Seahawks were in Oakland. They may as well...
Train, honey.
All the funniest episodes of Cheers at 6:30.
We're going for it!
Classic episodes of Seinfeld at 7.
I can't believe what I'm hearing!
And Married with Children at 7:30.
It might be sexy for my own good, Ted.
Weeknights on KPTV 12, your UPN station.
As you know, the Federal Endangered Species Act was meant to keep rare animals and plants from extinction. But its application in the war to save old-growth forests from logging has brought the federal law a great deal of criticism.
Critics also say the law unfairly burdens people who own land where protected animals or plants just happen to live. CNN's David Mattingly explains the problem in this Perspective report.
I bet you wouldn't see one car every 15 minutes, but look now.
22 years ago, Margaret Rector saw how the city of Austin was growing. So as a retirement investment, she bought 15 acres of land in the outlying hill country. She expected one day to cash in and retire in style. But she hadn't counted on sharing her land with a tiny endangered songbird called the golden-cheeked warbler. Now, she says, she can't find a buyer.
When they find out what they've got to do, what people have got to do to develop this property, they go somewhere else. They're just not interested.
The warbler is accused of driving down hill country property values and burdening small landowners like Margaret Rector. In much the same way, the spotted owl was blamed for a decline in Northwest logging and the rise in lumber prices across the country. But it was a connection that was later proved to be false.
It turns out that when you have an endangered species listed on your property, it engenders a lot of fear, unnecessary fear. Fear that now you can't do anything, which turns out almost never to be true.
Political scientist Stephen Meyer at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology studied state economy and found that endangered species had no impact on economic growth. The declining property values in Texas, he says, are the result of the savings and loan collapse. In fact, property values in counties with warbler habitat actually went down less than they did in the state overall. Where is this fear coming from?
It comes from a lack of information. It comes from the fact that in many cases, property owners, well-meaning property owners, just don't have the kind of information they need to understand what the implications are. And they're also fed and told by activists in the anti-environmental movement that this essentially condemns their property.
So what really happens if you're a small property owner and you find an endangered species on your land, say, in your backyard? Well, the odds on that occurring are extremely slim. But if it does happen, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service acknowledges there could be some delays and expenses you hadn't counted on. There could be some recommendations to follow regarding how you should landscape or how you should build. But the chances of you being denied a permit to build your house on your land are less than 1 in 1,000. These are all bird letters?
Right.
At the U.S. Fish and Wildlife headquarters in Austin, we found file cabinets full of letters from worried landowners seeking permission to develop their property. We found that out of the 3,000 requests, more than half were given the go-ahead to build right away. Less than 50 were required to pay a habitat preservation fee of $1,500. What happens when you find an endangered species in your backyard?
Look out. It won't be your backyard for long.
Mary Davidson, however, proved to be one of the exceptions. The construction of her family's home was delayed for nearly a year by a government permit process because their 1 acre of land was on warbler habitat.
We felt like the birds definitely were more important than us.
Davidson and Margaret Rector both testified in Washington, becoming symbols to a national property rights movement. Stephen Meyer says that their stories, however debatable, are powerful tools for lobbyists attempting to roll back environmental regulations. But he says that the debate over the future of the Endangered Species Act continues to lack a critical element, the element of perspective.
Invariably, you're going to be able to find dozens of instances where individual cases sort of seem to crash into a wall, and they seem very terrible. But that's true with every single federal law. But does that mean that the law is fundamentally flawed? The answer is clearly no.
David Mattingly reporting. Well, our top story tonight, Seattle goes almost, not quite all the way. They make it to the next step.
It sure feels like they won it all tonight, doesn't it?
Even if they don't go a step further from here, this was their night of celebration, and who knows, it could go even further. We can only hope if we're Mariner fans. Seattle, the capital of our sports world tonight, of course. We'll take you back to the Emerald City, where the celebration is well underway. The Blazers, meantime, deal with their first injury of the young season. We'll fill you in, and if you can't stand the front row seat, well, get off the sidelines. The NFL coming your way with sports, and a few tricks up the Oakland Raiders' sleeves. We'll catch it all for you next.
How you doing?
Real people. Candid responses. The question, why choose a no-name company for your long distance?
A low-price, no-frills provider.
One of my friends says, oh, well, I can get you such and such, it'll save you
8 cents a minute.
I can't remember even what percent they said that I could save.
18 cents a minute.
29 cents.
But do they know what the trade-offs are with a no-name company?
As far as I know, this company provides little or no customer service.
You know, when I have tried to get a hold of them, sometimes I can't.
We haven't had that problem yet.
Sometimes the bills aren't real consistent.
They provide long distance for
I don't have a calling card.
phone booths.
And do they know if they're saving on all types of calls with a no-name company?
My husband complains about, look at all these directory assistance calls.
And I'm not so sure I really save that much.
The big test will be the next bill we get.
I haven't really taken a look at it. I've just kind of been oblivious to anything else.
Take a look now. Introducing AT&T True Reach Savings. For the first time ever, save on all types of AT&T calls in the U.S., no matter who you call, how you call, or where you call from.
I use AT&T. I like it.
Now there's more to like. Save 25% off every type of call on your AT&T phone bill. Guaranteed. When you spend $25 a month, call 1-800-PIC-ATT.
I would be very comfortable with 25% off. Just take the 25% off your bill. Great, because that's more money in my pocket.
Only with AT&T True Reach Savings can you save on AT&T calls such as AT&T Calling Card, Collect, Fax, Modem, or even AT&T Cellular Long Distance.
I'm already taking down information. She's got True Reach.
Start saving on all your calls. Call now to sign up and we'll switch you free. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT.
Yeah, and I'll go with the plan. I'm going to call them. Look, this is how much I spent in phone calls. Can you beat it? They're going to work with me.
Savings and service. That's your true choice. AT&T.
Sports, sponsored by Power Bed Sleep Center. Jer Bear says, buy a bed, get a bear.
It's Cleveland. Come and get us for the team that never gives up till Junior and Edgar get their cut. The Mariners take it deep into the night, and for the third straight night, they find a miracle. Now, how many times over the last couple of days have we said, that's it, nice try, Mariners, no way they'll come back now. But destiny, of course, has a way of winning believers, and sweet destiny is wearing Seattle colors tonight. The Yankees blew a 2-0 lead in the series. They blow a 2-run lead tonight. 8th inning, Griffey's homer got him within 1. Then David Cone walks home the game-tying run. No tomorrows for the M's when the Yanks get 2 runners on in the 9th. They bring in the big unit, Randy Johnson. Have 1 day's rest, and he strikes out Wade Boggs. We're still tied extra innings now. The Yankees grab the 5-4 lead on the Randy Velarde single off Johnson. As we've learned from this incredible weekend, Seattle seems to come alive when facing a deficit. Now, Joey Cora on the third base, Griffey on first, no outs, bottom of the 11th. Edgar Martinez, last night's hero, delivers one more amazing time. Oh yeah, Mariners win 6-5 in 11 innings. Unbelievable. 3 straight dramatic victories, sending Seattle to the AL Championship Series.
This is great, celebration we have it right now, enjoying the moment, and now just sit back, relax, and enjoy this day.
These guys have worked hard and gave 100%. When I went down, they even worked harder and to put us in this situation, and they deserve most of the credit.
Yeah, kids, man. Somehow, some way, we find a way to win. It's been a lot of fun, and I hope out there everybody's starting to take this into their hearts and their homes. It's an exciting ball club.
They keep it rolling. Game number 1 of the ALCS is Tuesday in Seattle, and of course a big party up north until then. Well, the NFL is reduced to second billing today, but the Heroes in Helmets respond with 4 overtime games, a new all-time passing record, and the Cowboys back in prime time form. Prime, as in Deion Sanders, hanging out in cowboy colors. How good is Prime Time? He's dominating Green Bay in street clothes. Deion with the practice pick, going the other way. Troy Aikman back from the injury heap today. No signs of trouble. Perfect strike to Mike Irvin. Cowboys put away Green Bay 34-24. Minnesota working overtime to shake off pesky Houston. Robert Smith busting the first line. Terrible D. 20-yard game winner in OT. 23-17 Vikings. That's how sweetness Walter Payton used to do it. His Bears have all kinds of trouble with expansion Carolina, but Curtis Conway rises above, and so do the Bears. 31-27. How bad is life in New York? Well, ask the Yankees and ask the Boomer. Jet quarterback Boomer Esiason knocked cold by the Bills' Bruce Smith. Boomer's backup, Bubby Brister, bad breaks. Bills bombard the Jets 29-10. History happens in Miami. Dan Marino ties Fran Tarkington's all-time completion record on this TD strike to Irving's spike. Marino goes on to break to mark the next pass. But the Colts break Miami's heart. They rally from 21 points down to tie in the final minutes. And it's Indy, a winner in overtime on the Kerry Blanchard field goal. No more unbeaten teams in the NFL. Seattle's good luck used up by the Mariners today. The Seahawks, no clue against the Raiders' quick strike offense. Jeff Hostetler, 333 yards passing, a cozy 80 of it eaten up by Crazy Legs. Tim Brown, 34-14 Oakland Raiders. Cleveland knew what it had to do against Detroit. Stop Barry Sanders. Well, they stopped all right. Stopped to watch him run away. 75 yards here, his longest TD ever. 157 for Barry. Lions roared 38-20. And we'll save the day's biggest blowout for last. John Elway and the Broncos beat New England into submission. Anthony Miller down the line. The Bronx bust him 37-3. Upset du jour, brand new Jacksonville winning for the second straight week, 2016 over the Steelers. Tampa over Cincy on a late field goal. Eagles hold off the Skins in OT, and the Giants do the same to the Cards, 27-21. One giant non-league victory for the Oregon Ducks, one small leap in the national polls. The Ducks are ranked 15th this week in both major polls. And no shaking, no baking in the AP top 5. Florida State and Nebraska still showing the way, and USC holding steady at number 5. Well, the first casualty of Camp Carlesimo is, Blazer training camp in Linfield College. Third-year guard James Robinson is out. Hollywood broke a bone in his right hand during yesterday's workouts. He'll be sidelined 2 to 4 weeks. That's well beyond the first exhibition game this Friday at Vancouver, BC. Smooth blend of old and young as the Blazers are in camp right now. That is the delicate recipe for Carlesimo and company. They're trying to mix up the veterans and the rookies right now. Some of the responsibility falls on the elder statesman, like Buck Williams, who says it's now okay to refer to him as elder statesman. He'll take rookie forward Gary Trent under his wing. Trent's a big boy now, but not when Buck was a rookie.
You know, Buck started playing NBA when I was 6 years old, so he'll have a lot to teach me. Oh, my God.
Reality bites, but Buck knows how to bite back in the trenches where he takes the rookies to school.
And Maurice and all the veterans always taught me a lot of tricks, and I'm sure I'm going to teach them the same tricks that they taught me, and it's not going to be a lot of fun for Gary, and I'm looking forward to teaching them some of the final points of the game.
And school is in session for a few more days at Linfield. They will break camp on Wednesday, and of course their first exhibition game is this Friday. Well, it looked like doomsday for the U.S. soccer team, down 3-0 to Team Saudi Arabia. But here comes the red, white, and blue. Alexi Lawless scores. The Joe Max Moore will tally to get the U.S. within 1. Then he does the big flip. Big momentum on their side. Here's the winner for the U.S. Ray Lassiter topping off a huge comeback. 4-3. Big comeback. Team USA wins it. And on the NASCAR circuit, warm-up act. Don't try this at home unless you're Keanu Reeves and have a lot of bodyguards and a lot of stunt doubles around. And don't try this unless you have power on the floor like Mike Martin. Good old number 6 on the pass as Martin pulls away to win the NASCAR stop in Charlotte. That's a lot of great sports, NFL and everything, but the Mariner game will linger for a long time.
Yes, it will. It was a great game.
At least till Tuesday, I guess.
Had you fighting nails the whole game.
That's right.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Later tonight, we'll show you how new computers and the internet are helping scientists learn how to predict hurricanes.
And up next in our Focus on Health, how piggish grunt work could help heart attack victims get better more quickly.
The
Price is only good if you buy right now.
You mean we can't try the adjustable bed before we buy it?
Folks, never buy a bed sight unseen. At the Power Bed Sleep Center, you'll find out why people are switching from their old and uncomfortable flat beds to Power Beds. With an adjustable bed, you relax and get the best night's sleep you've ever had. You may never want to get out of bed again. Hi, I'm Jerry. Come see us at the Power Bed Sleep Center. We guarantee the best price, quality, and selection anywhere in the Northwest.
Power Bed Sleep Center, next to Armstrong Buick in Gladstone.
The 10 o'clock news wants to hear from you. Please send your comments and story ideas to KPTV12's internet address. That's kptvnews@kptv.com.
Sounds really get to me. Well, I'm a teacher. Oh, the other day I was at the dentist's office. The worst sound? I'm running late, have to call home, and I get a busy signal. Again and again. I did it. I called US West. I had a simple answer. Call waiting. With call waiting at home, I don't get a busy signal. One less annoying sound I have to hear.
Now get free installation. Call waiting. Another simple answer from US West.
We combine the clean feeling of Physoderm with luxurious skincare ingredients to create gentle formula Physoderm. As Physoderm clean as always and pH balanced for soft, healthy skin. Gentle formula Physoderm. Physoderm clean and oh so gentle.
If you're living with pain, you want fast relief. You want Flexol 454. Warm, soothing relief that gets you moving again, working again, enjoying life again. Living with pain? Think fast. Think Flexol. If pro trainers recommend it, you know it's the best.
For the pigs, it's all grunt work, but for scientists, it's important research.
And in the long run, it could help heart attack patients recover more quickly. Lori Waffenschmidt explains in tonight's Focus on Health.
A day in the life of a pig. Eat, sleep, eat some more. Nobody thinks of pigs as animal athletes.
They're perfectly happy to lay around all day and only eat when they're fed, and so they will be couch potatoes naturally. Most other animals are smart enough to stay active.
Scientists are comparing pigs to people in an effort to learn more about the effects of exercise.
Well, we're running pigs on treadmills to try to determine what are the beneficial effects of exercise training. We know that exercise training is supposed to improve coronary artery function and help to prevent disease, and we're hoping that we can figure out some of the mechanisms in the coronary blood vessels themselves that are responsible for this exercise training effect.
Several reasons we're using pigs. One is that the anatomy of their coronary arteries is very similar to humans.
When people or pigs get a plug in the coronary artery, they can actually form collateral or secondary blood vessels to bypass the plug. Researchers can produce these collateral vessels in pigs by implanting a small device. The blood channel narrows, just as it does in certain forms of heart disease, but it happens safely in the pigs.
And this occluder is neat in that it takes several weeks to shut down and stop blood flow through that artery. The heart has time to grow new blood vessels, but those new blood vessels, these collateral channels, are never as good as the real thing. We hope that exercise training will improve or reverse the deficiencies in these blood vessels.
So the pigs are guinea pigs, so to speak, hogs that jog. They'll run for about an hour at 4 to 6 miles per hour, about 5 days a week. The goal, to determine what exercise training does to the coronary blood vessels. It's serious business.
That coronary heart disease is still the #1 killer of people in this country and most Western societies.
But researchers say there's a fun side to the project, too, since their subjects are natural hams.
We have considered the idea of putting little booties on them. You know, they have very delicate feet.
For those who think the pigs don't like to run, the researchers say hogwash.
And they'll run for up to an hour. And then they come down and they feed. And they're very happy.
Once they get used to life on the fast track, it's hog heaven. Lori Waffenschmidt, CNN, reporting.
Wonder if we'll find little Nikes for their feet at some point.
I don't know. Up next, David Apple returns with his very fallish 5-day weather forecast, and we're also going to tell you about the latest on that cougar sighting in Washington County.
And a little later tonight, from our hip pocket file, when rhinos wed, who ties the knot?
Join together this male and this white rhino and this female white rhino in holy matrimony.
At
At the Good Guys, it's the final week of our grand opening sale. This Friday through Monday, you'll save big throughout the store. Check out this remote control VCR for just $129. And you can't pass up this free Motorola cellular phone with $50 worth of cellular accessory bucks. Or this Sony car CD player with free installation for $199. And every computer is on sale, every brand, every model. Not enough? Well, with our famous low price guarantee, you'll never have to shop anywhere else. Only at the Good Guys, where better doesn't cost more.
So what are you doing today? Today, Amy Cole came to home base to double her closet space. Mike Nevin is picking up that special pipe fitting he's been searching for. Mark Baker is using the circular saw he chose from Home Base's wide selection of power tools. And today, All Trade's 120-piece tool set is only $59.99. And this McCulloch 16-inch chainsaw is just $69.99. There are a million other ways we can help. Surely you can think of one. Home Base, ready to help.
You got the winning color.
My brother is a mechanic, and he told me if I'll change my oil, keep my oil change, I'll get a lot of miles out of my truck. I use Pennzoil, and I change it every 3,000 miles.
Now with the revolutionary Pennstar molecule, Pennzoil clings to moving parts, works like liquid ball bearings.
I have high mileage on my truck because I keep my oil changed.
Get your Pennzoil lube oil and filter service today at Beaverton Nissan.
David Apple is back saying that he has a portent of things about to befall him. His words.
I think that's exactly what's happening. Autumn is here, and it's going to be here with a vengeance because when we start seeing the snow level drop down to about 5,000 feet, which we will about midweek, you know that autumn is here. Do you know what else is almost here? I'm going to show you something, and this is kind of fun. We're living in a time of weather history, as they say. This is Tropical Depression number 19. We already have made history with what was briefly Tropical Storm Pablo. Tropical Depression number 19, kind of located for there's Grand Cayman, there's Havana, Cuba, Key West, Florida. It's moving to the north-northwest, this direction like this, and then it'll veer off more northwest, might be into the Gulf. It might become a tropical storm. If it does, this will be Roxanne, and that will definitely go in the history books. We have never, ever, ever had an R in all the time that we've been using names for tropical storms in the Atlantic. Here's the satellite picture in the west, though. It looks like a freeway rush hour. They come sliding in, one right after the other. One is just about to the coast right now. This will start the rain and the showers for tomorrow. And yes, there's another one to follow after this one. So it's a 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and they come rolling in rather fast. So let's take a look at some forecasts and see what's rolling toward the Pacific Northwest. What can I say but rain at times. Most of it will be in the north. The jet stream's just slightly to the north of us. Highs will be in the 60s along the coast. The valleys, we'll see light rain at times in the west. Actually, that's the north, but that's okay. The north end of the valley, highs in the 50s. In the Cascades, there is no west end of the, yes, there's a west end of the valley, but meteorologically, we look at the north. Light rain at times in the north end of the Cascades, snow level down to 8,000 feet. Now, in the gorge tomorrow, we're going to see rain at times. That will be confined for the most part to the west, and then you know the logical conclusion. East of the Cascades, central and eastern, maybe a few showers near the mountains, highs in the 60s. And Portland, Vancouver, here you go. Rain at times, a high tomorrow of just 63 degrees. Take a look at the 5-day. See what we can do for that. Bing, bing, bing. There are raindrops, but if you look down at the end of the 5-day on Thursday and Friday, we're going to dry it out. And the reason we're doing that is there are still some Pinot Noir grapes to be picked, and we need to get a few dry trades for that.
Okay. Absolutely correct.
Important. If we're going to make the barrels here, we got to have the stuff to fill them.
Do you know why Tropical Depression number 19 gets the 18th letter of the alphabet, R? The 19th letter
Probably
of the alphabet.
because one of them didn't make it to name. Almost all of them made it to name, but one of them along the line didn't make it.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you, David.
Always the mathematicians.
Sorry. Hillsborough police are repeating their warning tonight that area residents keep their small pets inside. This following the sighting of a cougar. 3 people reported to police they saw a cougar walking into a forested area near a subdivision that...
Serbs try to blow up a peace deal just days before it's supposed to take effect. This story tops our look at World News Tonight. Serb soldiers launched their first attack today on a refugee center, killing at least 6 and injuring dozens more, mainly children. The second attack in central Bosnia killed 2 and injured 50 more. The UN says Serbs used cluster bombs designed to cause maximum damage to people. And we get our first look at the damage and death caused by a huge earthquake in Indonesia.
At least 100 people died in the quake Friday night. 700 more were seriously injured. The 7.0 earthquake damaged or destroyed 10,000 buildings. Right now, soldiers are struggling in torrential downpours to dig enough graves. And from Israel, the fleeing of a Palestinian teenager is Israel's first move towards peace since the signing of the West Bank Accord. The 18-year-old woman was jailed 3 years ago for trying to stab an Israeli police officer. The girl is the first of 5,000 prisoners Israel has agreed to release as it turns over power to the PLO in the occupied territories. Well, the parents of a 10-year-old girl are suing a Cincinnati department store for $1.5 million. The reason? The father says the store security officers forced his daughter to disrobe because they believed she had stolen a swimsuit. The store says the strip search is standard procedure. The girl did not have the swimsuit. Well, President Clinton is back in Washington, D.C. tonight after a weekend in Martha's Vineyard, attending the wedding of Ted Danson and Mary Steenburgen. But as ABC's Wendy Cicchetti shows us, the highlight of the vacation were a couple of young fans.
Air Force One waited on the runway at Martha's Vineyard Airport for most of Sunday morning as the first family held a private breakfast at the Oyster Pond Estate where they spent the weekend. Singer Carly Simon was among the coffee drinkers, proving even a close friend has still got to go through security. The first family came to the vineyard to attend the wedding of their close friend, Mary Steenburgen, who tied the knot with Ted Danson on Saturday. Also on the island to help the newlyweds celebrate were some of Hollywood's hottest stars. Tom Hanks, Laura Dern, and Woody Harrelson, just to name a few. Security was so tight at this weekend's festivities, trying to catch a glimpse of a star was like trying to predict a falling star. It was close to impossible. A guaranteed sighting was the first family's departure Sunday afternoon. The off-season island crowd gave Chelsea, Hillary, and Bill a fond farewell, which was returned by the Clintons. For 4-year-old Patricia Simpkins, there was an extended goodbye as she told the president she would someday take his seat, and then talked about more important things like Halloween.
What you gonna be for Halloween?
What do you think I should be for Halloween? A ghost? Then an aspiring author took center stage as the First Lady read from his first piece of work titled When the President Signed My Hat, a tale of Scott Yapp's first encounter with the president during the summer of '94 when the Clintons last visited the island.
I just liked it so much, that experience, that I had to write about it. I mean, I was so excited. The president had his arm around me, and I just couldn't believe it. It was so unbelievable.
And what about Hillary reading your book?
Yeah, I couldn't believe that either.
You can bet memories of his brush with the president won't be lost anytime soon either. For ABC News, Wendy Cicchetti, West Tisbury, Massachusetts.
Coming up in sports, it was a day of upsets in the NFL. Jerry Murphy will have all the shocking scores next. But first, Rhonda will have your back-to-work forecast when Channel 2 News returns.
You know how it starts. One little bag of French roast, and the next thing you know, you've got beans from half of Africa. You grind fresh for each cup, and to top it off, you want rich, you want creamy. So I would use Mocha-Mix. It tastes positively sinful, but it's no unsaturated fat and has no cholesterol. I confess, I love coffee. And Mocha-Mix makes it sinfully rich and creamy, without the sin.
Mocha-Mix in original, light, and fat-free. At Home Depot, our most powerful tool is free, because nothing's more powerful than the advice of our home improvement experts. Talk to us or visit an informative how-to clinic. Advice for any project is always on the house. Add distinction to your kitchen with cabinets from American Woodmark. Their front frames are made from strong quality hardwood like oak, maple, and cherry. And you'll find them at the Home Depot, where low prices are just the beginning.
Just the beginning.
This company had announced in May that it was going to phase out all domestic operations.
Town of about 17,000 population, and you take 150 people without work, that's a tremendous negative impact.
All of us would have been out of work.
It's hard to find a job in a small town.
This town needs these jobs. Jobs are scarce here.
And our local Walmart manager, Jack Inman, said, let's do something about this. Let's see if something can happen.
it came to my mind that Sam Walton's program of Buy America was just set up for this occasion.
And he contacted Bentonville, Arkansas, and says, perhaps you can do something. A line of gown was submitted to the buyers. They liked it, and they bought it.
And these people started turning 20,000 units a week for Walmart almost overnight.
I just never dreamed when I used to hear Sam talk about this program that something like that would really happen here.
Business will soon be bustling again in Manzanita. Road crews think they can get the Arch Cape Tunnel and Highway 101 open again by the end of the week. They had to close the tunnel last month after finding big cracks running through the support beams. The closure means a detour for travelers going south from Cannon Beach, and that means many merchants along 101 are losing money. And Rhonda Shelby joins us again for weather. Did I hear you right? It might be umbrella time again?
Oh, yeah, umbrella time tomorrow, possibly the next time. Well, I don't know about boots, but we are expecting a little bit heavier rain than we received this weekend, coming about, Tuesday. So it's back to work, back to the rain, but possibly a break, or maybe a break in the clouds by about Wednesday or Thursday. We'll get to all that in a moment. But first, let's take a look outside right now. We do have a break going on the last few hours or so. We haven't had many showers over the valley, just mostly cloudy skies, temperature 55 degrees, humidity about 90% right now, and actually there's fog reported the last hour around Eugene, 47 degrees there. Winds south at 5 miles per hour and the freezing level 7,900 feet. Starting first with the pollen forecast, the grass and Artemisia down in the low category all the way through Tuesday and all the way throughout the fall, as a matter of fact. Weather where you are, as we take a look at some of the rainfall around the area, about 1/4 of an inch in the rain gauge at our Weather Watcher's house in Hillsboro, 2100s at Lincoln High School, and about 1200s at PSU. At the airport, we only saw 500, so really not a lot of rain here in the valley. That system just pretty much weakened as soon as it got into the valley. Now let's take a look at the satellite picture and watch how this system races in and out of here. 24 hours ago it was here, and now it's gone all the way into the Rockies. Could get a little windy around Great Falls tomorrow because of it. And now we're looking down the barrel of another system, and we are probably going to start to see some rain out of this tonight on the coast here in Astoria and in Newport. Right now it's just mostly cloudy there, but Monday some intermittent light rain here and there. And then Tuesday, possibly some heavier rain as this system passes through, and it's really going to drop snow levels as well. We may be seeing the first signs of some snow around the ski areas by about Wednesday or Thursday, 3,000, 4,000 feet. As you can see there are just a few clouds along the coast up in the northwestern corner, but we are just seeing really clear skies right now in the area. And as I mentioned, just some fog developing in the southern part of the coast, but not much else going on right now. It will be different for you in the morning, though, as you commute to work. All right, as we look at the radar picture for the rest of the country, not much action going on. We're the ones that had the showers up here. Some showers and rainfall activity around Wisconsin moving in to Michigan. And most of the country, though, today seeing plenty of sunshine from the west coast all the way to the east coast into New York, and a few thunderstorms around Miami. So if you're planning to travel tomorrow, San Francisco is going to be sunny and 70 degrees. Also sunshine in Chicago, 68 degrees. Also sunshine in New York City and 70 degrees. It will be Miami that will have the inclement weather and some thunderstorms throughout the day there. Anchorage about 46 degrees tomorrow as well. All right, on the coast, look for rain at times. In the valleys, areas of rain as well. It'll be kind of an off and on day tomorrow. In the gorge, a chance of rain in the western side, and then in the Cascades, light rain is likely as well. As for central and eastern Oregon, cloudy with just a chance of showers in the mountain regions. We're looking at tomorrow's highs in the 60s in most places, 61 in John Day, 62 in LeGrand, and 60s here in the western side of the state as well. 65 in Salem. Eugene will be making it up to about 66 and about 64 in Tillamook, where there is no warnings in the marine forecast. Winds out of the southwest at 20 miles per hour. And coming up, we'll talk about your wet first part of the week and your dry second part of the week right after this.
Your kids are waiting for you at daycare, but a pileup on the freeway keeps you stuck in traffic.
Sometimes the unexpected happens. At Channel 2 News, we call it breaking news, and we plan for it every day.
A major pileup has blocked the freeways.
To be first on the scene, first with information that helps you feel safe and secure is what Channel 2 News does best.
Cleanup has begun and traffic should be moving within minutes.
Take care of the important things in your life. Channel 2 News will always be there when you need us. That's what the Spirit of the Northwest is all about.
Like I said, this place, it speaks to me. There's the ocean, the sand, the sky, the oneness with nature. All that the Great Spirit has given us, which is beautiful.
Yeah, you're right. The gaming center should go right over there.
So what are you doing today? Today, Lisa Smart was at home base, getting new pop-up sprinkler heads. Barbara Moore was stocking up on light bulbs at guaranteed low prices. Dave and Lori Rand are at home base, getting everything they need to remodel their bathroom. And today, keep your yard healthy and green all winter with Lily Miller's Ultra Green Fall and Winter Lawn Food, now only $7.99 each. There are a million other ways we can help. Surely you can think of one. Home base, ready to help.
I was diagnosed when I was 7 years old with juvenile rheumatoid arthritis. Mavis is always in a bubbly mood. I mean, she'll just lift you up just by coming in and she sees you. She's like, "Hi, Kimmy," and she calls me Kimmy. That makes me smile. Usually I'm in a pretty good mood. There's days where I don't want to get up or anything else, and she's always there to, spark me. It makes me feel like there's another person that cares about me and what's going on with me and how I am, and she's a friend. That's what she is.
For your morning commute, you will likely wake up to light rain, and it'll last off and on during the day, a high of 64 degrees. And as we take a look at the next 5 days, on Tuesday, we're looking for areas of rain all day long as well. And then on Wednesday, perhaps a slight break in the clouds. Then on Thursday and Friday, a larger break in the clouds, and we'll be looking at partly cloudy skies, and the highs are the upper 60s. Thanks, Rhonda. Well, as usual, the Portland rain doesn't stop people from doing what they need to do outdoors. And today's rain didn't dampen the spirits of those supporting Alzheimer's patients and their families. In fact, the turnout for this morning's memory walk leaving Pioneer Courthouse Square was terrific. There you may notice our own Julie Emery there with her family. She's been honorary chairperson every year. Now in its fourth year, the memory walk raised $40,000 for the local Alzheimer's Association. Approximately 4 million Americans have the disease. Its cause is unknown, and there is no cure. But today's walk will help the thousands of local families affected by this disease. Well, Jerry Murphy joins us now with sports. Do you think that people around the rest of the country now know the name of the Mariners?
I think they do, and I think you can probably tell I'm starting to lose my voice. I did so much yelling today. I had a lot of fun.
And you're going to be a goner by Tuesday.
Well, let's hope so.
Yeah.
So be it. Bring on the Cleveland Indians. For the second night in a row, the Mariners get a game-winning hit from Edgar Martinez in their last at-bat. The best-of-7 American League Championship Series begins Tuesday at the Kingdome. You can see it right here on Channel 2 starting at 5 o'clock. In today's game, New York's David Cohn had a 2-1 lead in the fifth inning. Jay Buhner bangs a broken bat single to tie the game 2-2 after 5 innings. To the sixth, Don Mattingly, his first ever playoffs after 14 seasons, making the most of it. The ground rule double put the Yanks up 4-2, and that's how it stood in the bottom of the eighth. Ken Griffey Jr. ties the game with his record-setting 5th home run of the series. Still the 8th inning. Bases loaded. David Cohn walked in the game-tying run. It was 4-4. The Yankees took the lead with a run in the top of the 11th. Edgar Martinez faced Jack McDowell with runners on first and third, bottom of the 11th. Amazing. The M's come back to win the series after trailing 2-0. A 3-game sweep in Seattle. 6-5 the final.
Right now, I'm just thinking and trying to enjoy the moment, and just go back to another series, get Cleveland here.
I mean, it's an emotional roller coaster, but we wouldn't have it any other way. I mean, the crowd has been great. The people of Seattle have been unbelievable. And, I mean, you can't explain the feeling here in Seattle or the feeling in this clubhouse. I think in the last 3 or 4 weeks, we have made a baseball city out of Seattle.
Tuesday against Cleveland. Can't wait. Well, the Oregon Ducks impressed a few pollsters with their 45-7 win over Pacific. The Ducks have moved up to 15th in both the Associated Press and the CNN USA Today. Top 25 in Miami. Dan Marino broke another NFL record, most completions in a career. Marino and the Dolphins were clobbering the Colts 24-3 at halftime, but the Colts came back. Jim Harbaugh was on fire. 3 scoring passes in the second half. This one to Aaron Bailey. Watch his tail end. He just gets it inbounds. That ties the game. They go to overtime, and Kerry Blanchard wins it in the extra period. Miami's first loss of the season, 27-24, the final. The Hawks are now 2-3. The Raiders are 5-1 after their game in Oakland. The Giants beat the Cardinals in overtime, and the Broncos blasted the Patriots. The Giants and the Cardinals went to overtime at the Meadowlands. Dave Craig up to his old tricks. Right into the arms of Jesse Armstead. He will go 58 yards to end the game. Giants 27, Cards 21 in overtime. The Colts are now 3-2 after their big win. The Vikings beat the Oilers in overtime, and the Bears beat the Panthers with a touchdown in the final minute of the game. The Cowboys hosted the Packers. Green Bay quarterback Brett Favre says, "How do you do?" to the newest Cowboy. That's Deion Sanders making the catch on that throwaway pass by Favre. Sanders should be in the lineup in a couple of weeks. Troy Aikman was in the lineup today. Amazingly, he's suffering from a pulled calf muscle. Aikman could not run, but he did complete 21 of 31 throws for 300 yards and a couple of scores. Emmitt Smith scored twice. He earned it. 31 carries for 106 yards. The Cowboys are now 5-1 after a 34-24 win over the Packers, and the Pack is now 3-2 after that loss in Dallas. The Eagles are now 3-3 after an overtime win against Washington, and the Jacksonville Jaguars have won back-to-back games. A huge upset today over Pittsburgh. The Seahawks were in Oakland. The Hawks were awful. Harvey Williams left cleat marks all over him. He ran for 160 yards and a touchdown. Williams also threw a touchdown pass on the halfback option play to Andrew Glover. Right here. He'll circle off to the right. Looks like a run. He pulls up and throws it. And nobody's even near Andrew Glover. The Raiders rout the Seahawks 34-14 in Oakland. The Bucks are 4-2 after beating the Bengals. The Bills improved to 4-1 with the win over those embarrassing New York Jets. On the big island of Hawaii, the ultimate test, the Ironman Triathlon, 2.5-mile ocean swim, followed by a 112-mile bike ride, followed by a full marathon, 26.2 miles. The men's winner, 37-year-old Mark Allen, his 7th Ironman title. For the women, Paula Newby Fraser had the lead. That's her. Just a few hundred yards from the finish, and she just can't make it. Look at that. Karen Smyers zips right by, right there. And Smyers wins the women's division. Newby Fraser ended up in 4th place. Some injury news from the Portland Trailblazers training camp in McMinnville. Guard Hollywood Robinson is out 2 to 4 weeks after breaking a finger on his right hand. And rookie forward Gary Trent sprained an ankle. His availability will be judged on a day-to-day basis. In Washington, D.C., international soccer. Team USA against Saudi Arabia, the American side.
That's right. Everything is going tomorrow. We'll have the game here live on Channel 2. Interesting matchup, the Mariners in Cleveland. Probably the name Bob Wolcott does not ring a bell to you at all, but the folks in Medford know who he is. He will get the start tomorrow. Went to North Medford High School. He will start for the Mariners.
Hey,
so real local tie there. There was no game in Seattle today. However, there was plenty of action in the Emerald City. You see, the Mariners play again tomorrow, this time against Cleveland in Game 1 at the Kingdome, and everybody wants a ticket. In fact, last night fans were leaving in the 6th inning just to get in line for tickets in case the Mariners won. Well, they won, but still many that stood in line overnight and even camped out came away empty-handed. When tickets went on sale this morning, they were gone quickly. So many fans wanted to order tickets over the phone, they knocked out phone service in Seattle for more than an hour. There has been baseball fever in Seattle the past couple of weeks, but one play last night took fans over the edge.
The 0-1 pitch on the way to Edgar Martinez. Swung on the line down the left field line for a base hit. Here comes Joy. Here's Junior to third base. They're going to win.
Oh, unbelievable stuff. The beat goes on. Game 1, Mariners and Indians tomorrow in front of more than 57,000 fans at the Kingdome in Seattle. In college football, the Beavers may welcome a break. They have a bye this week after losing their 5th straight. Scored 45 points to easily beat Pacific. Despite a great play like this, the Ducks are still shaking their heads. They were penalized 97 yards and they missed 3 field goals. They need to clean it up before they travel to Berkeley to meet Cal. And it's all
OSU, and you wish you were in the Kingdome, didn't you?
You should have been there. Well, if you're an Oregon State fan, you probably shouldn't have been there. But I'll tell you, the place emptied out in the third quarter. The stadium emptied out. I thought, why are people leaving? This is an interesting game. People wanted to go home and watch the Mariners.
Absolutely. Now we have an Oregon connection, don't we?
Yeah, kid from Medford, Oregon. 22-year-old rookie Bob Wilcock. Bob Wilcock from Medford, Oregon is going to start up in the Kingdome tomorrow night. Hello, everybody. Nice seeing you again. They're still bleary-eyed in Seattle. And now the best call of Edgar Martinez's game-winning hit came on Seattle radio. It was by announcer Dave Niehaus.
The 0-1 pitch on the way to Edgar Martinez. Swung on the line, down the left field line for a base hit. Here comes Joy. Here's Junior to third base. They're going to wave him in. The throw to the plate will be late. The Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
Yep, sweepless in Seattle. Now the key to that winning run was Griffey's amazing base running. It was beautiful. Griffey bolted around second, and here's the key. He hit third in full stride. That's terribly difficult. It allowed Junior to easily beat the throw, and then came the celebration. Elated.
We never give up. I mean, we give 100% day in and day out, and it pays off. I mean, this is the kind of situation you get in because of that.
We had everything. We had Renz in the mound in the last few innings. He couldn't get better than that. Would you count this as maybe your biggest hit ever? Oh, what do you think?
You can't get baseball any more exciting than it's been against these Mariners in New York and here. It's a shame anybody had to lose this game tonight. If you ever saw a game that both teams could win or a tie, this is it.
The party spilled into the streets and into the jazz and blues joints around Pioneer Square. Thousands stayed up all night. By noon today, downtown was packed with fans, many of whom never gave two hoots about the Mariners until they started winning.
When we went back almost 4 years ago to get the franchise transferred, it took 6 months of arguing with the other major league owners, and invariably they'd say, Seattle won't support baseball. They won't turn out. Look at you. Yeah.
Now, the Moose broke his ankle in a stunt last night, so he had to stay on the balcony above Westlake Square. Of course, Cleveland is a favorite is favored to end Seattle's party. Cleveland has the firepower of a battleship from the plate, and most people don't realize that the Indians have the best pitching staff in the league. During their 3-game sweep of Boston, Cleveland's pitchers held Jose Canseco and Movon hitless in 27 at-bats.
Number-wise, we have a good bullpen. I think that's very obvious. The guys that we have out there, we've got power arms and we've got finesse pitchers out there. We've got 3 left-handers so we can match up late in the ball game if we choose to. So I think, I don't know that's an advantage for us, but it certainly is a big part of why we're where we're at right now.
Okay, and there is disturbing news from Oregon football. Fullback
Backpatting myself there. It will long be remembered as one of the postseason's great moments. Even my answering machine here at the News Channel has Dave Niehaus's call of Edgar's hit in the 11th.
And the 0-1 pitch on the way to Edgar Martinez. Swung on the line, down the left field line for a base hit. Here comes Joy. Here's Junior to third base. They're going to wave him in. The throw to the plate will be late. The Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
Oh, my. As for the post-game celebration, it carried into the locker room, and Sports 8 was there.
I've never seen anything like this. Cincinnati 1990 was nothing like this. We were supposed to win.
We get down by 1, it don't seem to faze us. We just try our best. We're not saying we're going to win in extra innings, but we just try to get a man on and try to get him in it, and man, we've been doing it. It's just guts,
determination, desire, and dedication.
Ah, yes, it was, and this was the scene last night at a local watering hole. Yeah, downtown in highlights, they were jacked, weren't they? Look at them. Gosh. Mariner fever is spread right here to Portland. All right, and what's it like out there right now? Joe Becker says there are plenty of M's fans right here in this area. You guys came from the Dalles to see this one?
Yes, we did. We came from the Dalles.
We come about 8 times a year, and glad we came to this one. Now, you guys look like baseball fans. Is this the greatest game you ever saw?
Yes.
Yes, by far.
This is my daughter. I brought her, too.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, those were the fans we caught up with last night from the Dalles. They had the 2.5-hour trip back and said it would take no time at all. Joe Becker says there are plenty of fans right here in Portland, though, that have caught Mariner fever.
The Mariners' dramatic comeback win is sending shock waves all over the Northwest, including Portland. Fans watching the game last night at the Highlight Sports Bar went berserk. It's just another example of how the people of Portland have taken to the Mariners.
I watched the last 2 innings of the game. It was just wonderful.
Pretty darn close to the best. We got it right here. It's all good. Ken Griffey all excited.
I didn't used to be, but I'm a fan now.
They feel like it's part of our team, ours being Portland as well as Seattle. And that's, I think they're right.
And the M's' sudden success has caught sports stores off guard. Fans are scooping up Mariner merchandise right and left. Copeland Sports downtown had only 7 hats left early today. And it was about the same at Kaplan Sports. Pro Image at Washington Square Mall specializes in sports apparel, but they're running low, too.
Is this me? Very thin, except for the championship T-shirts. You know, we got a bunch of those in, but jerseys, other T-shirts, hats, they're gone. Game 5, and everybody's a Mariner fan now.
By the way, those Yankee hats are going slow right now. Joe Becker, Sports Channel 8.
Yankees go home. Finally tonight, one last rendition from Dave Niehaus. My, oh, my.
And the 0-1 pitch on the way to Edgar Martinez. Swung on and lined up left field line for a base hit. Here comes Joy. Here's Junior to third base. They're going to wave him in. The throw to the plate will be late. The Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
And sending the Mariners into the American League Championship Series, he set off a stirring celebration of baseball's finest moment in 2 years. 2 strike-stained years. It was a dramatic ending to an evening of great theater, punctuated by a booming record-setting home run struck by the most gifted player in the game, Ken Griffey Jr., and by gutsy relief pitching by the most intimidating pitcher in the game, Randy Johnson.
Baseball basically has the month of October to find out if the American public cares about it anywhere close as much as it used to.
Historically, October has been baseball's finest month. The biggest games inspiring the greatest feats by the greatest stars. But when the World Series vanished last year, so did October and thousands of fans.
It left a bad taste. I felt hurt, and it took a while to get back into baseball this year.
Even realignment and a wild card system offering 4 extra teams a chance to play in October did little to stimulate attendance or interest. But tightening pennant races did have an impact, especially in Seattle, turning lonely fans in the Kingdome into a roaring crowd. And great baseball like last night, the first playoff game all week, televised coast to coast, turned off fans back on.
The excitement is back. You something to root for.
Good games are the fuel that drives the engine of baseball.
The engine could stall. The sport still has no labor agreement and none in sight. But at least the fans are back this month. Dick Schaap, ABC News.
And that is our report on World News Tonight.
Catch it right here on Channel 2.
Hey, good for the Mariners, good for all their fans. But what's the deal? Steve and I are wondering here. Why do they have a moose for a mascot?
We were
Didn't they have
wondering
an old Mariner.
What's that all about? That's what they wanted. They wanted a moose. So You know, and you guys, it took you 19 years to notice that, too, didn't it? Nobody could come up with. Nobody talked about a moose. That's what they wanted. When they were losing. Now you start talking about a moose when they start to win. We just happened to notice. Bandwagon jumpers. Unbelievable. Just jump on the old bandwagon. There is no doubt. The Mariners and their fans are totally exhausted from that series against the Yankees, but no rest for the weary. Tomorrow they jump into another series, this time against Cleveland for the American League Championship. Dennis Martinez scheduled to start for Cleveland. Bob Wolcott from North Medford High School will get the start for Seattle. All this thanks to last night's heroics against the Yanks.
The 0-1 pitch on the way to Edgar Martinez. Swung on the line out of left field line for a base hit. Here comes Joy. Here's Junior at third base. They're going to wave him in. The throw to the plate will be late. The Mariners are going to play for the American League Championship.
And that win triggered a huge surge for any available tickets to tomorrow's game. In fact, fans were leaving last night's game early just to stand in line in hopes of somehow getting their hands on a ticket. Some camped overnight, others just stood patiently, hoping to be lucky enough when the ticket windows opened this morning. And when they opened, all available tickets were gone quickly. Many walked away empty-handed. So many fans tried to order by phone. They even knocked out phone service in downtown Seattle for more than an hour. There's no doubt Mariners fever has a solid grip on Seattle. Another baseball note, Dodger manager Tommy Lasorda said he was at home praying that he would be hired back for another season managing the Dodger Blue. Today, he got the call. The Dodgers have rehired Lasorda for his 20th season as Dodgers manager, despite being swept by Cincinnati in this year's playoffs. In football, a strange weekend for the Dolphins' Dan Marino. He set an NFL completions record yesterday against the Colts and was then hurt on this play. Marino complained of a hip pointer, but when he underwent an MRI, torn cartilage was found in his knee. He underwent surgery today. The Dolphins nor the doctors will confirm just how long Marino will be out. Monday Night Football, the Chiefs and Chargers tonight. You can see the game beginning at 7 o'clock right here on Channel 2. College football, the Ducks are ranked 15th after this 45-7 win over Pacific Saturday. Play of the weekend was turned in by Oregon's Kenny Wheaton. What a great effort on the interception. He takes it home for 6. However, Mike Bellotti says his team better get its act together before the game at Cal Saturday. Oregon was penalized 97 yards and missed 3 field goals Saturday, and that won't work at Cal. By the way, Bellotti has suspended fullback Pulu Malapai for Saturday's game because of disciplinary reasons. The Blazers were busy at fall camp today at Linfield College in McMinnville, while the Washington Bullets were busy signing their big guy, Chris Webber. Webber signed a huge contract today, totaling more than $58 million over 6 years. The Bullets say they are going to bring an NBA championship to Washington, and Chris Webber will lead the way.